February 26, 1959. A search team finds a tent on a remote mountainside in the Soviet Ural Mountains. The tent has been slashed open from the inside. 9 sets of footprints lead away from the campsite, down the slope toward the forest. The searchers follow the tracks. What they find will haunt them for the rest of their lives. 2 bodies in their underwear, frozen beneath a cedar tree. 3 more scattered on the slope back to the tent, and 4 others buried in a ravine, with injuries so severe they looked like victims of a car crash. No external wounds, no signs of an attack, no explanation for what made 9 experienced hikers cut their way out of their tent in the middle of the night and run barefoot into the freezing darkness. The Soviet government called it a compelling natural force. They closed the case after 3 months and sealed the files for decades. More than 60 years later, we still don't know what happened on that mountain. But the evidence they left behind tells a story of terror, survival, and something that should not have been there. On January 23, 1959, 10 university students gathered at the Ural Polytechnic Institute in Sverdlovsk, USSR, now Ekaterinburg, Russia. They were planning an ambitious winter expedition into the northern Urals, a trek classified as Category 3 difficulty, the highest and most dangerous rating. Category 3 meant temperatures dropping to -30 degrees Celsius, brutal winds, terrain that could kill the unprepared in hours. But this group wasn't unprepared. They were some of the most experienced ski hikers in the entire Soviet Union. The leader was Igor Dyatlov, 23 years old, an engineering student, radio enthusiast, and veteran outdoorsman. He had led expeditions like this before. He was meticulous, cautious, and respected by everyone who knew him. Yuri Doroshenko, 21, a 4th-year economics student, strong and athletic. Georgy Krivonishenko, 23, a civil engineer, experienced hiker, cheerful and optimistic. Zinaida Kolmogorova, 22, one of only 2 women in the group, a dedicated communist and skilled skier. Rustam Slobodin, 23, quiet, thoughtful, physically fit. Yuri Yudin, 20. He knew how to survive. Their destination was Gora Otorten, a mountain 200 miles north of Sverdlovsk. The plan was simple: a 14-day ski trek through the wilderness, reaching the summit and returning by February 12th. They left Sverdlovsk by train on January 25th. Parents and friends waved goodbye from the platform. No one suspected it would be the last time they'd see any of them alive. The first days of the trek went smoothly. The group traveled by truck to Vizhay, the last inhabited settlement before the wilderness. From there, they skied north through dense forest, following rivers and established trails. They documented everything. Dyatlov kept a detailed log. Several members carried cameras. Their photographs showed them laughing, joking, setting up camps, navigating through snow. They were in good spirits. On January 28th, Yuri Yudin turned back. He had developed severe back and leg pain and couldn't continue. The group helped him return to Vizhay, then continued without him. 9 hikers pushed forward into the mountains. Yudin would be the only survivor. By February 1st, the group had reached the eastern slopes of Kholat Syakhl, a Mansi name that translates to Dead Mountain. The indigenous Mansi people who lived in the region avoided this place. They considered it sacred and dangerous. The hikers didn't share these superstitions. At around 5 p.m. on February 1st, Dyatlov made a decision that would later be questioned by every investigator. Instead of descending into the safety of the forest below, he ordered the group to make camp on the exposed mountainside. The slope was 30 degrees. No natural shelter. No trees to block the wind. Just open snow and freezing air. Why would an experienced leader choose such a dangerous location? The group's journals suggest they had accidentally veered off course and strayed west toward Dead Mountain. Rather than lose the altitude they had climbed, Dyatlov decided to camp where they were. They pitched their tent by cutting into the slope to create a flat platform. They secure it with ski poles and ropes. Inside, they laid down 9 backpacks, 9 pairs of boots, jackets, supplies. Shows the tent being set up. The western sky is dark. The wind looks brutal. That evening, the group wrote a satirical newsletter called Evening O Torton, a humorous newsletter they created to pass the time. The tone was lighthearted, joking. They were in good spirits. Sometime after midnight, something happened. The tent was found 25 days later with long slashes cut from the inside, cuts made by someone desperate to escape. Forensic analysis confirmed it. The cuts were deliberate, made with a knife, and made by someone inside the tent. Whatever drove them out didn't come through the door. They cut their way through the walls and ran. When the group didn't return to Vizhay by February 12th as planned, their sports club assumed they were delayed by weather. Storms in the northern Urals could trap hikers for days. It wasn't unusual, but when February 20th passed, 8 days overdue, families demanded action. On February 20th, a search and rescue operation was launched. Students from the Ural Polytechnic Institute volunteered. Local authorities mobilized. Military helicopters joined the effort. They combed the forests, rivers, and slopes. On February 26th, a search team led by student Boris Slobsov found the tent. It was partially buried in snow on the slope of Kholat Syakhl, about 1,000 feet below the summit. The entrance faced south. The northern side was covered with 15 to 20 centimeters of snow, not from an avalanche, but blown by wind. A pair of skis stuck out from the snow nearby. An ice axe lay at the entrance. Dyatlov's jacket was on the ground. Inside the tent, everything was still there. 9 backpacks, 9 pairs of boots, jackets, food, supplies, the stove, even a first aid kit, but no people. Footprints led away from the tent, heading northeast down the slope toward the forest. The tracks were analyzed carefully. They showed 8 or 9 people walking in single file, not running, walking in normal pace. Some were barefoot, some wore only socks. A few had one boot on or makeshift foot coverings. They were walking calmly into the freezing night, away from shelter and safety, toward the forest 1.5 kilometers away. On February 27th, searchers found the first 2 bodies beneath a large cedar tree at the edge of the forest. Yuri Doroshenko and Georgy Krivonishenko were lying near the remains of fire. They were dressed in only underwear and socks. Their hands showed signs of attempting to climb the cedar tree. Branches were broken as high as 15 feet up, as if they were trying to see something or signal for help. Krivonishenko's mouth showed evidence that he had bitten off part of his own knuckle, possibly to stay awake or stifle pain. Both had died of hypothermia. Over the next few days, searchers found 3 more bodies between the cedar tree and the tent. They were positioned as if they had tried to return to the campsite, but didn't make it. Igor Dyatlov was found 300 meters from the cedar, lying face up with his hands clenched into fists in front of his chest. He had vomited blood. Zinata Kolmogorova was 630 meters from the cedar, frozen in a position suggesting she was crawling back toward the tent. Rustam Slobodin was found 480 meters from the cedar. He had a small skull fracture, but investigators determined hypothermia killed him, not the injury. All 3 had died trying to return to shelter. That left 4 bodies unaccounted for. Weeks passed. The snow began to melt. On May 4th, a Monsey hunter named Kurikov and his dog were searching the forest when they noticed cut branches forming a trail. They followed it 75 meters from the cedar tree and found something disturbing. A pair of black cotton sweatpants, the right leg cut off with a knife. A piece of women's brown wool sweater, cut in half with the sleeves removed. These belonged to Lyudmila Dubinina. The area had been searched before with avalanche probes, but the snow was deeper than expected. Searchers now realized the remaining 4 hikers must be buried beneath it. On May 5th, they found the last 4 bodies in a ravine beneath 4 meters of snow. The bodies were discovered lying in or near a makeshift snow den, a shelter they had dug into the ravine in an attempt to survive. This discovery changed everything. Lyudmila Dubinina, 20 years old. Cause of death: massive chest trauma. Her ribs on both sides were fractured. Hemorrhaging in the heart's right atrium. But there were no external wounds, no bruises, no cuts, nothing visible on the skin. She was also missing her eyes, part of her upper lip, soft tissue around her eyebrows, and her tongue. Semyon Zolotaryov, 37 years old. Cause of death: severe chest trauma. Multiple rib fractures on both sides. Massive internal hemorrhaging. Again, no external wounds. He was also missing his eyes. Nikolai Thibault-Brignoles, 23 years old. Cause of death: severe skull fracture. The bone had been compressed into his brain with such force that medical examiners compared it to the impact of a high-speed car crash. No external wounds. Alexander Kolevatov, 24 years old. Cause of death: hypothermia. He had a deformed neck and missing soft tissue, likely from decomposition. The medical examiner, Boris Vozrozdeny, was disturbed by what he found. In his report, he stated, "The nature of the injuries rules out the possibility that they were caused by another human being, because the force of the blows had been too strong and no soft tissue had been damaged." He compared the internal injuries to those of a person hit by a car traveling at high speed or thrown from a great height. But there were no broken bones in the arms, legs, or spine. No defensive wounds. No signs they had fallen from a cliff or been crushed by rockfall. Even stranger, when investigators examined the clothing worn by the 4 bodies in the ravine, they found something deeply unsettling. Several pieces of clothing tested positive for radiation. Not high levels, but detectable. The waistband of Krivonushchenko's sweater and the lower parts of his trousers showed radioactive contamination. So did some of Dubinina's clothing. On May 28, 1959, the official investigation concluded. The final report stated, "The cause of death was a compelling natural force which the hikers were unable to overcome. No suspects. No crime. Case closed." The files were classified and sent to a secret archive. They would remain sealed for nearly 30 years. When the case files were finally declassified in the 1990s, the world learned the full details of the Dyatlov Pass incident for the first time. And with those details came theories, dozens of them. Some plausible, some absurd, none of them perfect. The most recent official explanation, declared in 2020 by Russian prosecutors, is that a delayed slab avalanche caused the tragedy. According to this theory, when the hikers cut into the slope to pitch their tent, they destabilized the snow above them. Hours later, possibly triggered by strong katabatic winds carrying additional snow, a slab avalanche slid down over the tent. The rumbling, the pressure, the fear of being buried alive caused the hikers to panic. They slashed their way out and fled down the slope to what they thought was a safe distance. But there was no avalanche, just wind, fear, and a terrible miscalculation. Some died of hypothermia, trying to return to the tent. Others dug the snow den in the ravine for shelter, but collapsed on them, causing the catastrophic internal injuries. In 2021, Swiss researchers published a study in Communications Earth and Environment using computer models to demonstrate how a small slab avalanche could cause injuries matching those found on the bodies, without leaving traditional avalanche debris. But this theory has problems. The footprints leading away from the tent showed people walking calmly, not running in panic. The tent was still partially standing when searchers found it. If an avalanche had hit, it would have been flattened. And if the hikers fled because they feared an avalanche, why didn't they return once they realized there was no danger? Why walk 1.5 kilometers into the forest and stay there? Some researchers have proposed that infrasound, low-frequency sound waves below the range of human hearing, caused mass panic. Katabatic winds blowing across the mountain could have created infrasound vibrations. Studies show that infrasound can cause feelings of dread, anxiety, and irrational fear in humans. It's been linked to reports of hauntings and paranormal experiences. If the hikers were exposed to sustained infrasound, it might explain why they fled the tent in a state of panic, convinced something terrible was happening even though there was no visible threat. But this doesn't explain the severe internal injuries or the radiation. The area around Kolytsykel was not far from Soviet military testing sites. On the night of February 1st to 2nd, other hikers camped about 50 kilometers south reported seeing strange orange spheres glowing in the sky. Some have speculated the Dyatlov group was caught in a military accident, perhaps a missile test gone wrong, a parachute mine explosion, or exposure to chemical or biological weapons. This could explain the internal injuries, shockwave trauma, the radiation, weapons residue, and the government's decision to classify the case for decades. But there's no evidence, no records of military activity in that exact area. No shrapnel, No burns consistent with explosions. The most rational explanation combines known phenomena. As hypothermia sets in, victims experience paradoxical undressing, a bizarre sensation of overheating that causes them to remove clothing. This explains why Doroshenko and Krivonishenko were found in their underwear. The hikers may have fled the tent for a mundane reason. Perhaps they heard a noise, smelled something strange, or felt the tent was unsafe. Once outside in the cold, they couldn't return immediately. They built a fire. They dug a snow den. They tried to survive, but the snow den collapsed, either from structural failure or the weight of additional snow, crushing the 4 hikers inside and causing them massive internal injuries. Scavenging animals later removed the eyes and tongue from Dubinina and Zolotaryov's bodies. This theory is logical, but it still doesn't explain why experienced hikers would abandon a tent full of warm clothing and supplies, or why all 9 would leave together, or why they didn't return once the immediate danger passed. Some things about the Dyatlov Pass incident simply don't fit any theory. The radiation, the orange spheres reported in the sky, the fact that Zolotaryov fled with his camera but not his coat, as if he was documenting something, the strange injuries that looked like high-impact trauma but left no external marks. And then there's this, Ludmila Dubinina's missing tongue. Medical examiners suggested it decomposed or was eaten by scavengers, but her tongue was removed cleanly along with soft tissue in her mouth. Some investigators believe it was bitten off or removed while she was still alive. What could make someone bite off their own tongue? In 2013, Yuri Yudin, the only survivor, the man who turned back before the final leg of the journey, died at age 75. He spent the last 54 years of his life trying to understand what happened to his friends. He never found an answer. Today, a memorial stands near the site where the tent was found. The mountain pass is officially named Dyatlov Pass in honor of Igor Dyatlov and his team. Every year, hikers and researchers visit the site, retracing the steps of the doomed expedition. Some come looking for answers. Others come to pay their respects. 9 experienced hikers went into the Ural Mountains in February 1959. They documented their journey with photographs, journals, and meticulous records. They were prepared. They were cautious. They knew how to survive. And yet, something on Dead Mountain drove them out of their tent and into the freezing darkness. Was it an avalanche? A sudden panic induced by wind and sound? A military accident covered up by the Soviet government? Or was it something else? Something we still don't understand? The Dyatlov Pass incident remains one of the most haunting unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. And the 9 hikers who died there took the truth with them into the snow. March 31st, 1922. On a remote farm in rural Bavaria, Germany, a family sits down for their evening meal. The fire crackles on the hearth. Outside, fresh snow covers the ground. The nearest neighbor is over a mile away. Sometime that night, someone enters the barn. One by one, members of the household are lured outside and murdered with a farming tool, a mattock. The blows are brutal, methodical, silent. By morning, 6 people are dead. a 63-year-old man, his 72-year-old wife, their daughter, 2 children, ages 7 and 2, and a maid who had been working at the farm for less than 6 hours. But here's what makes this case truly horrifying. The killer didn't leave. For 3 days, someone stayed in the farmhouse with the bodies. They cooked meals in the kitchen, fed the livestock, kept the fire burning, ate at the same table where the family had eaten their last supper. And in the weeks before the murders, the farmer had noticed something strange. Footprints in the snow, leading from the forest to the house, but no footprints leading back. Over a century later, this case remains unsolved. 6 people were slaughtered on an isolated farm, and the killer was never found. The farmstead known as Hinterkaifeck sat approximately 70 kilometers north of Munich, in the Bavarian countryside. The name itself is German, hinter meaning behind, and Kaifeck referring to a small hamlet nearby. Hinterkaifeck was located behind Kaifeck, about 1 mile north of the hamlet, bordered by dense forest. It was isolated, remote, the kind of place where you could scream and no one would hear you. The farm was built around 1863 and had been in the Gruber family for decades. It was a working farm, livestock, crops, the hard labor of rural life. By 1922, 6 people lived there. Andreas Gruber, 63 years old, the patriarch of the family. A harsh man, known for his bad temper. Neighbors described him as difficult, occasionally violent. He ran the farm with an iron fist. Kazilia Gruber, 72 years old, Andreas's wife. She had lived on the farm her entire married life, enduring her husband's temperament in silence. Victoria Gabriel, 35 years old, their widowed daughter. Her husband, Carl Gabriel, had been killed in World War I. She and her 2 children had moved back to Hinterkaifeck to live with her parents. Kazilia Gabriel, 7 years old, Victoria's daughter, named after her grandmother. A schoolgirl, she sang in the church choir with her mother. Joseph Gabriel, 2 years old, Victoria's son, still a toddler, too young to understand the horrors that would unfold. Maria Baumgartner, 44 years old, the new maid. She had arrived at Hinterkaifeck on the afternoon of March 31st, 1922. She had been working there for less than 6 hours when she was murdered. Maria had replaced a previous maid who had quit 6 months earlier. According to local rumors, the old maid had left because she believed the house was haunted. She claimed she heard strange noises coming from the attic. Footsteps, scratching, sounds that had no explanation. Andreas dismissed her fears. He told her she was being foolish. But after she left, he couldn't find anyone willing to take her place, until Maria Baumgartner agreed to come. She would be dead within hours. In the weeks leading up to March 31st, 1922, something was wrong at Hinterkaifeck. Andreas Gruber noticed it first, though he told only a few neighbors. It started with a broken lock. The lock on the door to the farm's machine room had been broken for weeks. Andreas hadn't bothered to fix it. The machine room was just a storage space for tools and equipment. Nothing valuable, nothing worth stealing. But then came the snowstorm. In late March, fresh snow blanketed the farm. One morning, Andreas walked outside and saw something that made his blood run cold. Footprints, leading from the forest to the machine room. Fresh tracks, recently made. Someone had approached the farm during the night. Andreas followed the prints to the machine room and searched inside. He found nothing. No one hiding. No sign of disturbance. But here's what terrified him. There were no footprints leading away from the farm. Whoever had walked from the forest to the machine room had not walked back. Where had they gone? Andreas searched the entire property. The house, the barn, the attic. He found no one, but he told his neighbors about the footprints. He told them he felt like someone was watching him. They offered to help. Some suggested calling the police. Andreas refused. He was a stubborn man, proud and independent. He didn't want outside interference. It was a decision that would cost him his life. A few days later, Andreas found a newspaper on the farm that he didn't recognize. It was from Munich, a publication he had never subscribed to. At first, he thought the postman had delivered it by mistake. But when he asked around, he discovered that no one in the area subscribed to that newspaper. Someone had left it at the farm deliberately. Then came the footsteps in the attic. On the night of March 30th, just one day before the murders, the Gruber family was sitting in the main room of the house when they heard it. Footsteps, clear and distinct, coming from the attic directly above them. Andreas grabbed a lantern and went upstairs. He searched every corner of the attic. There was no one there, but the family had heard it. All of them. Footsteps when no one should have been walking. The next morning, Andreas mentioned the incident to a neighbor. The neighbor urged him to report it to the police. Andreas waved him off. He said he would handle it himself. That afternoon, Maria Baumgartner arrived to begin her new job as the family's maid. On the evening of March 31st, 1922, the 6 residents of Hinterkaifeck went about their routine. Dinner was prepared. The animals were fed. Young Kazilia may have done her schoolwork. Joseph, just 2 years old, was likely put to bed early. Maria Baumgartner was shown to her room, a small chamber in the main house. Her sister had escorted her to the farm earlier that day and then left. Maria was alone with the Gruber family. Sometime after dark, the killing began. The killer, or killers, lured members of the family to the barn. We don't know how. Perhaps they heard noise. Perhaps the animals were making a commotion. Perhaps someone called them outside. But one by one, they walked through the connecting hallway from the house to the barn. Andreas Gruber was struck first. The weapon was a mattock, a heavy farming tool with a long wooden handle and a dual-bladed head, combining an axe blade and an adze. It was kept in the tool shed with other equipment. The killer swung the mattock with brutal force. Andreas was struck in the head. The blow fractured his skull. He collapsed. Kazilia Gruber, his 72-year-old wife, was next. Then Victoria, their daughter. The last to die in the barn was 7-year-old Kazilia Gabriel. Forensic evidence would later reveal something even more disturbing. Young Kazilia had not died immediately. She had been struck in the head and left for dead, but she survived for several hours, lying beneath the bodies of her grandmother, grandfather, and mother. Investigators found clumps of her own hair torn out by the roots, scattered near where her body was discovered. In her final hours, as she lay dying in the dark barn, she had pulled out her own hair in terror and pain. Inside the house, Maria Baumgartner was murdered in her bed. She had been at the farm for less than 6 hours. She likely never knew what was happening in the barn until it was too late. 2-year-old Joseph was bludgeoned to death in his cot. When the bodies were eventually discovered 4 days later, 4 of them, Andreas, Kazilia, Victoria, and young Kazilia, were found stacked on top of each other in the barn, covered with hay and straw. Maria and Joseph were found inside the house, their bodies covered with sheets. It was as if the killer had tried to tidy the scene, to make it neat, organized, and then the killer stayed. For 3 days after the murders, someone lived at Hinterkaifeck with the bodies. Neighbors would later report seeing smoke rising from the chimney on April 1st and 2nd, the days immediately following the murders. The livestock were fed and cared for. The farm appeared to be operating normally. Inside the house, investigators would find evidence that someone had cooked meals in the kitchen. Dishes were used and then washed. Food was eaten. Bread was baked in the oven. The family dog, which would have barked at a stranger, showed no signs of distress. Whoever stayed at the farm after the murders was either someone the dog knew or someone who had been there long enough for the dog to accept their presence. On April 1st, young Kazilia did not show up for school. Her teacher made a note of it, but didn't investigate. Rural children miss school frequently. Illness, farm work, bad weather. No one thought it unusual. The family also failed to appear at church on Sunday, April 2nd. Victoria was a member of the choir. Her absence was noticed, but again, no one investigated. By April 3rd, mail had begun to pile up at the post office. Still, no one checked on the family. The Grubers had a reputation for keeping to themselves. Neighbors assumed they simply didn't want to be disturbed. On April 4th, a neighbor named Lorenz Schlittenbauer, who had a complicated relationship with the family, decided to check on them. He brought 2 other men with him. They approached the farmhouse and knocked on the door. No answer. All the doors were locked. The windows were shuttered. Then they noticed the barn door was slightly ajar. Schlittenbauer pushed it open and stepped inside. The smell hit them immediately, for bodies were piled on top of each other, covered in hay. Andreas, Kazilia, Victoria, and 7-year-old Kazilia, her small hands still clutching torn clumps of her own hair. Schlittenbauer and the others ran to the house through the connecting hallway. Inside, they found Maria Baumgartner dead in her bed. 2-year-old Joseph lay bludgeoned in his cot. 6 people, all dead, murdered with savage violence. Police were summoned from Munich, 45 miles away. By the time Inspector George Reingruber arrived, the crime scene had been completely compromised. Curious townspeople had walked through the farm, touching evidence, moving things, even cooking and eating meals in the kitchen. The bodies had been moved. Critical evidence was contaminated or destroyed. It would prove to be one of the worst-handled crime scenes in German criminal history. The investigation into the Hinterkaifeck murders was extensive. Over 100 people were questioned. Dozens of suspects were considered. But the case was plagued by problems from the start. The crime scene, contaminated by townspeople before police arrived. Bodies moved before proper examination. No photographs taken of the original scene. Fingerprinting was still a relatively new technique. No prints were properly collected. The murder weapon, the mattock used in the killings, was eventually found, but not until a year later, during the demolition of the farm. It had been hidden in the attic, covered in dried blood. By that point, any forensic value it might have had was long gone. Multiple suspects emerged. Lorenz Schlittenbauer was the most scrutinized. He was a neighbor and the man who discovered the bodies. But his behavior was suspicious. Schlittenbauer had been romantically involved with Victoria years earlier. Some locals believed he was the biological father of 2-year-old Joseph, a claim Victoria's late husband, Carl Gabriel, had also suspected before his death in World War I. When Schlittenbauer discovered the bodies, he allegedly moved them around, searching for signs of life. This contaminated the scene. Later, investigators found it odd that Schlittenbauer knew specific details about the crime, including that the killer had tried to bury the bodies in the barn, but couldn't because the ground was frozen. How would he know that unless he had been there? In 1925, 3 years after the murders, Schlittenbauer was found visiting the demolished farm site. When asked why, he made strange comments about the frozen ground and the killer's failed burial attempts. But there was no physical evidence linking him to the crime. He was never charged. Political extremists. Germany in 1922 was in chaos. World War I had ended in humiliation. The Weimar Republic was weak. Political extremism was rising, both communist and far-right movements. One suspect, Adolf Gump, was identified early in the investigation due to his connections to the Freikorps Oberland, a far-right paramilitary group. Some speculated the murders were politically motivated. But again, no evidence supported this theory. The incest theory, darker rumors circulated about Andreas Gruber. Some believed he had been sexually abusing his daughter, Victoria. That Joseph, Victoria's 2-year-old son, might have been the product of incest rather than her marriage to Carl Gabriel. A school friend of young Kazilia claimed that the night before the murders, Victoria had fled the farmhouse after a violent argument with her father. She was found later that night in the forest, brought back to the farm, and murdered hours later. If this was true, it suggested the murders might have been a family tragedy that spiraled out of control. But this theory, too, remains unproven. In 2007, students at the Fürsten Fellbruck Police Academy were given the case as a training exercise. Using modern investigative techniques, they reviewed all available evidence. Their conclusion: the case could not be solved. Too much time had passed. Critical evidence was missing or destroyed. Witnesses were dead. The crime scene had been compromised beyond repair. But they did identify one prime suspect, someone they believed, based on the evidence, was most likely responsible. They refused to name the person publicly, out of respect for surviving relatives. In 1923, less than a year after the murders, Hinterkaifeck was demolished. Every structure was torn down. The land was cleared. The locals wanted to erase any reminder of what had happened there. During the demolition, workers found the murder weapon, the mattock, hidden in the attic. They also found a penknife in the hay in the barn. But by then, it was too late. Today, a small concrete memorial stands near the site where Hinterkaifeck once stood. It's called the Hinterkaifeck and Dagstad, a place of remembrance for the 6 victims. Tourists visit it. True crime enthusiasts make pilgrimages. The story has been told in books, documentaries, films, and podcasts. But the truth remains buried. Andreas Gruber, 63. Kazilia Gruber, 72. Victoria Gabriel, 35. Kazilia Gabriel, 7. Joseph Gabriel, 2. Maria Baumgartner, 44. 6 people, murdered in their own home. Their bodies left to decay, while someone ate their food, slept in their beds, and tended their animals. The footprints Andreas found in the snow, leading to the farm but not away, suggest the killer may have been hiding there for days before the murders, living in the attic, watching, waiting. The noises the family heard, the missing keys, the strange newspaper. They weren't paranoia. They were warnings. Perhaps the killer was already inside the house when Andreas searched the attic that final night. Perhaps they were hiding in a place he didn't think to look. Perhaps they watched him walk away, relieved, thinking he was imagining things. And perhaps, hours later, they descended from the attic and began their work. On March 31st, 1922, 6 people were brutally murdered on an isolated farm in Bavaria. The killer stayed for 3 days, living among the corpses. Over a century later, despite extensive investigations, the case remains unsolved. The Hinterkaifeck murders are one of Germany's most infamous cold cases, and whoever committed these horrific acts took the truth with them into the grave.
October 21st, 1978. A 20-year-old pilot is flying over the Bass Strait between mainland Australia and Tasmania. It's a routine training flight. Clear skies, perfect visibility. At 7:06 p.m., he radios air traffic control with a strange report. Six minutes later, his final transmission cuts through the static. Frederick Valentik and his plane vanished that night. His body was never found, and the recording of his last words became one of the most haunting pieces of evidence in aviation history. Frederick Paul Valentik was born on June 9, 1958, in Avondale Heights, a suburb of Melbourne, Australia. His friends and family called him Fred. By all accounts, he was a decent kid, close to his parents Guido and Alberta. He had a girlfriend named Rhonda Rushton. He loved flying, but Fred Valentik was not a particularly skilled pilot. At 20 years old, Valentik had logged about 150 hours of solo flight time. He was working toward his commercial pilot's license, training part-time while building experience. But his academic record told a troubling story. He had failed all 5 subjects of the commercial license examination, twice. As recently as the month before his disappearance, he had failed 3 more subjects. Valentik had applied to join the Royal Australian Air Force, twice. Both times, he was rejected for inadequate educational qualifications. Despite his passion for aviation, the evidence suggested he simply wasn't very good at it. His training record included incidents that raised red flags. He had strayed into controlled airspace over Sydney without permission, earning an official warning. He had deliberately flown into clouds on 2 separate occasions, a dangerous violation that was being considered for prosecution. But Valentik had one passion beyond flying. According to his father, Guido, Fred was obsessed with UFOs. He talked about them constantly. He read every book he could find on the subject. He believed, without question, that extraterrestrial craft were visiting Earth. More disturbingly, he believed they posed a threat. 6 days before his final flight, Valentik told his girlfriend, Rhonda, something that would haunt her for the rest of her life. He said he was afraid a UFO might take him away. On the evening of October 21st, 1978, Frederick Valentik filed a flight plan for what should have been a routine trip. At 6:19 p.m., Valentik took off from Moorabbin Airport, just south of Melbourne. He was flying a rented single-engine Cessna 182L, registration VHDSJ. The plane was 4 years old and had just passed its 100-hour inspection. It was mechanically sound. His destination was King Island, a small landmass in the Bass Strait between mainland Australia and Tasmania. The flight plan called for 41 minutes to Cape Otway on the mainland coast, then another 28 minutes south across open water to the island. Total distance, about 125 nautical miles. It was a straightforward trip. Valentik had flown this route before. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, light winds, visibility unlimited. The sun had set at 6:43 p.m., just 24 minutes into the flight. But Valentik held a Class 4 instrument rating, which authorized him to fly at night in visual meteorological conditions. As long as he could see the horizon and navigate visually, he was qualified to make the trip. But there was something odd about this flight. Valentik told flight officials he was going to King Island to pick up friends. He told others he was going to pick up crayfish. Later investigations found that both reasons were lies. No one was expecting him on King Island. No crayfish had been arranged. Even stranger, Valentik never contacted King Island Airport to inform them of his arrival. Standard procedure for any pilot landing at an unfamiliar airfield. He also didn't request that the runway lights be turned on, despite the fact that he would be arriving after dark. No one has ever determined why Frederick Valentik was really flying to King Island that night. At 7 p.m., Valentik was on schedule. He had cleared Cape Otway and was flying south over Bass Strait at 4,500 feet. The water below was dark. The western sky still held a faint orange glow from the sunset, but the eastern horizon was black. 6 minutes later, at 7:06 p.m., Valentik keyed his radio and called Melbourne Flight Service. What happened next was captured on tape. The flight service officer on duty that night was Steve Roby, working at Melbourne's Tullamarine Airport. He was experienced, professional, and calm under pressure. When Valentik's voice came through his headset at 7:06 p.m., Roby logged the transmission like any other, but this was not a routine call. Valentik, Melbourne, this is Delta Sierra Juliet. Is there any known traffic below 5,000? Roby, Delta Sierra Juliet, no known traffic. Valentik, Delta Sierra Juliet. It seems to be a large aircraft below 5,000. Roby checked his radar. There were no other aircraft in Valentik's vicinity. The airspace around him was empty. Roby, Delta Sierra Juliet, what type of aircraft is it? Valentik, Delta Sierra Juliet, I cannot affirm. It is for bright. It seems to me like landing lights. Valentik's voice remained steady, but Roby would later describe him as sounding nervous but not scared. Valentik was trying to maintain his composure. He was using proper radio protocol. But something was clearly wrong. Valentik, Melbourne, this is Delta Sierra Juliet. The aircraft has just passed over me at least 1,000 feet above. Roby, Delta Sierra Juliet, and it's a large aircraft. Confirm. Valentik, air unknown due to the speed it's traveling. Is there any Air Force aircraft in the vicinity? Roby, Delta Sierra Juliet, no known aircraft in the vicinity. Let the tension build. Then Valentik's tone changed. The calm professionalism cracked. Valentik, Melbourne. It's approaching now from due east towards me. Valentik, Delta Sierra Juliet. It seems to me that he's playing some sort of game. He's flying over me 2, 3 times at speeds I could not identify. Roby asked Valentik to confirm what he was seeing. Valentik's response was chilling. Valentik, Delta Sierra Juliet, as it's flying past, it's a long shape. Cannot identify more than it has such speed before me. Right now it's on top of me. Roby, what are your intentions? Valentik, my intentions are go to King Island. Melbourne, that strange aircraft is hovering on top of me again. Valentik, it is hovering and it's not an aircraft. Then Valentik described details that would fuel decades of speculation. Valentik, Delta Sierra Juliet, Melbourne. It's not an aircraft. It's... His voice trailed off. Valentik, Delta Sierra Juliet, Melbourne. What I am doing right now is orbiting. And the thing is just orbiting on top of me also. It has a green light and sort of metallic-like. It's all shiny on the outside. Roby tried to keep Valentik focused. He asked if the object was still with him. Valentik, Delta Sierra Juliet. The engine is rough idling. I got it set at 23, 24, and the thing is coughing. Valentik, Delta Sierra Juliet. That strange aircraft is hovering on top of me again. It is hovering and it's not an aircraft. The transmission ended at 7:12 p.m. and 49 seconds. Steve Roby tried repeatedly to reestablish contact. He called Valentik's aircraft identifier over and over. Delta Sierra Juliet. Delta Sierra Juliet. There was no response. Frederick Valentik was gone. At 7:33 p.m., King Island Airport contacted Melbourne Flight Service to report that Valentik had not arrived. By 8 p.m., 2 aircraft from King Island were searching the area around the island. Weather conditions were still perfect. Clear skies, excellent visibility. If there was wreckage in the water, they should have been able to see it. They found nothing. Over the next 4 days, a massive search operation combed more than 1,000 square miles of Bay Strait. The Royal Australian Air Force deployed a Lockheed P-3 Orion surveillance aircraft. 8 civilian planes joined the effort. Ships crossing the strait were asked to keep watch for debris. On October 22nd, searchers spotted an oil slick 18 miles north of King Island. They investigated, but the oil could not be definitively linked to Valentik's Cessna. By October 25th, the search was called off. No wreckage, no body, no trace of the aircraft. Frederick Valentik had simply vanished over the Bay Strait. His disappearance was classified as presumed fatal. Within hours of the transcript being released to the press, the story exploded. Newspapers across Australia and around the world ran headlines about the missing pilot, who had reported a UFO moments before disappearing. The Department of Transport was immediately skeptical. A spokesman, Ken Williams, told reporters, "It's funny all these people ringing up with UFO reports well after Valentik's disappearance. It seems people often decide after the event they too had seen strange lights. But some reports were harder to dismiss. An anonymous witness and his family came forward, claiming they had been driving near Cape Otway around 7 p.m. on October 21st. They saw a long green light hovering about 1,000 to 2,000 feet above a small aircraft. The witness said the plane appeared to be descending at a steep angle, about 45 degrees, as if it was going to crash. Then both the aircraft and the green light disappeared from view. The timing matched Valentik's transmission almost exactly. Even more intriguing was evidence from photographer Roy Manifold. On the evening of October 21st, Manifold had been at Cape Otway, directly under Valentik's flight path, taking photographs of the sunset. When he developed the film, one image showed a strange dark object in the sky. Manifold didn't notice it at first. He thought it was a developing error. But then he realized the photograph had been taken the exact night Valentik disappeared. The negative was sent to a photo lab in the United States for computer analysis. Researchers claimed the object was solid and metallic, not a photographic flaw. But the evidence remained inconclusive. In May 1982, nearly 4 years after the disappearance, the Australian Department of Transport released its official report. The conclusion was frustratingly vague. The reason for the disappearance of the aircraft has not been determined. The investigation could not rule out mechanical failure, pilot error, or spatial disorientation. But it also could not explain what Valentik had seen, or why he had described it the way he did. Over the years, multiple theories emerged. UFO encounter believers argued that Valentik had encountered an extraterrestrial craft. The radio transmission described something that didn't behave like any known aircraft, hovering, moving at impossible speeds, orbiting above him. The metallic scraping sound at the end suggested interference or some kind of interaction with the object. Valentik and his plane were either destroyed or abducted. Spatial disorientation skeptics, including astronomer James McGaha, proposed that Valentik had become spatially disoriented, flying at dusk over dark water. He may have lost his sense of which way was up. What he described as an object above him could have been his own aircraft's lights reflecting off the water while he was flying upside down. This phenomenon, called a graveyard spiral, has killed many pilots. Disoriented and fixated on what he thought was a UFO, Valentik may have inadvertently put his plane into a dive and crashed into the base strait. Some speculated that Valentik staged his own disappearance. He had failed his exams, been rejected by the Air Force, and was struggling in his aviation career. The flight to King Island had no clear purpose. Perhaps he crashed his plane intentionally and faked a UFO encounter to create a mystery. But investigators found no evidence of suicidal thoughts, financial problems, or any motive to disappear. His family and girlfriend said he was excited about his future. Researcher Brian Dunning noted that Valentik's radio dialogue was strikingly similar to a scene in the film Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which had been released less than a year before the disappearance and was hugely popular among young pilots and UFO enthusiasts. Dunning speculated that Valentik may have been mimicking the movie scene for fun, intentionally flying in circles to create a mystery on radar, but accidentally became disoriented and crashed. Each theory has its problems. None of them fully explain what happened that night. Then, in 1983, something changed. 5 years after Valentik's disappearance, a piece of aircraft wreckage washed ashore on Flinders Island, about 100 miles east of where Valentik went missing. It was an engine cowl flap from a Cessna 182. The Bureau of Air Safety Investigation examined the part. The serial numbers indicated it came from a Cessna 182 within a specific production range. Valentik's aircraft, VHDSJ, fell within that range. The Royal Australian Navy Research Laboratory was asked to determine if ocean currents could have carried the part from Valentinka's last known position to Flinders Island. They concluded it was possible, difficult, but possible. But there was a problem. Flinders Island has an airport. 2 other Cessna 182 aircraft had lost engine cowl flaps during takeoffs at that airport in the years before the part washed ashore. The wreckage was never definitively linked to Valentinka's plane. More than 40 years have passed since Frederick Valentink disappeared over the Bass Strait. His body has never been found. No confirmed wreckage has ever been recovered. What remains is a 7-minute radio transmission, an eerie conversation between a young pilot and air traffic control, describing something he could not identify, something that hovered, something that wasn't an aircraft. Valentinka's girlfriend, Rhonda Rushton, never forgot what he told her 6 days before the flight, that he was afraid a UFO would take him away. His father, Guido, spent years insisting his son had been abducted by extraterrestrials. In interviews after the disappearance, Guido said, "I believe my son is being held by people from another planet. They may want to hold him for a week or so before returning him." Fred Valentink was never returned. Was it spatial disorientation? A young, inexperienced pilot losing his bearings in the dark and mistaking reflections for a UFO before crashing into the sea? Was it a tragic accident combined with his obsession with extraterrestrials? Confirmation bias turning Venus, Mars, and bright stars into something sinister? Or was it something else? Something that 7 minutes of recorded audio can't fully explain? On October 21st, 1978, Frederick Valentink flew into the Bass Strait and never came back. His final words, "It's not an aircraft," remain some of the most haunting ever recorded in aviation history. The truth of what happened that night went down with him, and it's still out there, somewhere beneath the waves. December 26, 1900. A ship arrives at a remote Scottish island. The crew climbs 160 steps to a lighthouse perched on jagged cliffs. When they open the door, they find a kitchen table set for a meal that was never eaten. The clock on the wall has stopped, and all 3 lighthouse keepers have vanished without a trace. Their bodies were never found, and what happened that December night remains one of the most chilling unsolved mysteries in maritime history. The Flannan Isles sit 20 miles off the western coast of Scotland, in the cold waters of the Outer Hebrides. For centuries, local shepherds called Eilean Moor the largest island, the other country. They would bring their sheep to graze during the day, but never, ever stay the night. The island had a reputation. Stories passed down through generations spoke of spirits that haunted the rocky shores, of strange sounds echoing across the cliffs when no one was there. The shepherds respected these warnings. They knew better than to ignore them. But in 1899, the Northern Lighthouse Board didn't concern themselves with local superstitions. They needed a lighthouse on Eilean Moor. Ships crossing the Atlantic relied on these beacons to navigate safely through treacherous waters. Construction was brutal. Every single stone, every piece of equipment had to be hauled up 148-foot cliffs directly from supply boats. Workers built a cable railway just to transport materials. The lighthouse cost nearly £2,000, a fortune at the time. But by December 7th, 1899, the Flannan Isles lighthouse was operational. Its beam cut through the darkness, warning ships of the deadly rock below. The lighthouse was manned by rotating crews of 3 keepers. In December 1900, those keepers were James Duckett, the principal keeper, a veteran lighthouse operator, experienced and dependable. He had a wife and 4 children waiting for him back home. Thomas Marshall, the second assistant, 20 years of maritime experience. He knew the sea. He respected it. Donald MacArthur, the occasional keeper, filling in for another man on sick leave. MacArthur had a reputation. He was known as a brawler on the mainland, a big man with a short temper. But he was competent at his job. These weren't amateurs. These were professionals who understood the dangers of their isolated post. On the night of December 15th, 1900, the steamship Archdor was making its way across the Atlantic from Philadelphia to Scotland. As it passed the Flannan Isles around midnight, the crew noticed something wrong. The lighthouse beam was dark. The captain made a note in the ship's log. When the Archdor docked in Lee 3 days later, on December 18th, he reported the incident to the Northern Lighthouse Board. But nothing happened immediately. The relief vessel, a lighthouse tender called Hesperus, was already scheduled to visit the island on December 20th. They would investigate then. But a storm delayed the journey. The Hesperus couldn't leave port. For 6 more days, the Flannan Isles lighthouse remained dark. Finally, on Boxing Day, December 26, the weather cleared enough for Captain James Harvey to make the crossing. On board was Joseph Moore, a relief keeper who had worked at Flannan before. He was coming back for another rotation. As the Hesperus approached the island, Captain Harvey sounded the ship's horn. Protocol dictated that keepers would respond to the signal, preparing to meet the relief vessel. Harvey fired a rocket flare into the sky, a backup signal impossible to miss. Still nothing. The ship docked at the eastern landing. Moore stared up at the lighthouse. Perched high on the cliff, the flagpole was empty. No flag had been raised. The usual supply boxes that keepers left on the landing platform for restocking were nowhere to be seen. Something was very wrong. Joseph Moore climbed the 160 stone steps alone. Each footfall echoed against the rock face. The wind howled around him. When he reached the compound gate, he found it closed. The main door to the lighthouse was shut tight. He pushed it open. Inside, the scene was frozen in time. The kitchen clock had stopped. The table was set for a meal, plates, utensils, food that had long gone cold. A chair was overturned, as if someone had stood up quickly and never returned. The beds were unmade. In a corner, a canary sat in its cage, the only living thing on the island. Moore moved through the rooms methodically, his dread growing with each empty space. He checked the lamp room at the top of the lighthouse. The lamps had been cleaned and refilled. They were ready to be lit. Everything was in order. The work had been completed, but the keepers were gone. Moore ran back down to the landing and signaled the Hesperus. Captain Harvey sent 2 more sailors ashore. They conducted a thorough search, looking for anything that might explain what happened. They found one critical detail: 2 oilskin coats, weatherproof gear the keepers wore in storms, were missing, but a 3rd coat still hung on its hook. This meant 2 men had gone outside in their protective gear, but the 3rd man had left without his coat in December on an exposed island in the North Atlantic. No lighthouse keeper would do that willingly. On December 26, Captain Harvey sent a telegram to the Northern Lighthouse Board. It read, "A dreadful accident has happened at Flannan's. The 3 keepers, Duckett, Marshall, and the Occasional, have disappeared from the island. The clocks were stopped, and other signs indicated that the accident must have happened about a week ago. Poor fellows, they must have been blown over the cliffs or drowned trying to secure a crane. Moore and 3 volunteer seamen were left behind to maintain the light, while an official investigation began." Robert Muirhead, superintendent of the Northern Lighthouse Board, arrived on the island on December 29th. He knew all 3 missing men personally. He had recruited them himself. Just 3 weeks earlier, on December 7th, Muirhead had visited the lighthouse during a routine inspection. He had been the last person to shake their hands. Now he was investigating their disappearance. Muirhead examined the lighthouse log meticulously. The last official entry was dated December 13th. Routine weather observations. Nothing unusual. But on a slate board used for temporary notes, there were weather readings for the morning of December 15th. Wind speed, barometer readings, temperature. The notes indicated the keepers had completed their morning duties that day. This meant they disappeared sometime in the afternoon of December 15th. Muirhead and his team searched the island thoroughly. The eastern landing, where the Hesperus had docked, showed no signs of damage. But the western landing told a different story. Storm damage reached as high as 200 feet above sea level. Iron railings were bent and twisted. A railway track used to haul supplies had been ripped from its concrete foundation. A wooden storage box that sat 108 feet above the water had been smashed open, its contents scattered across the rocks. The evidence painted a picture. A massive storm had hammered the western side of the island. Waves of extraordinary size and force had surged up the cliff face, destroying equipment that should have been well above the danger zone. Muirhead examined the oilskin coat that had been left behind. He determined it belonged to Donald MacArthur. This meant Duckett and Marshall had gone out wearing their protective gear, likely to secure equipment at the western landing. But why had MacArthur gone with them without his coat? In his official report, Muirhead concluded, "I am of the opinion that Duckett and Marshall had gone down to the proximity of the west landing to secure the box with the mooring ropes, and that MacArthur, seeing the distress signal for assistance, had rushed out without his coat to help. An unexpectedly large roller came up on the island, and a large body of water swept them away with resistless force." Case closed. A tragic accident. 3 experienced men caught off guard by a rogue wave. But Muirhead's explanation left questions unanswered. The official verdict was drowning by misadventure. But as word of the disappearance spread, people began asking uncomfortable questions. Why would all 3 men go to the western landing? Lighthouse regulations strictly forbade leaving the light unattended. At least one keeper had to remain inside at all times. It was the most sacred rule of lighthouse operation. And what about the storm? The Arch Store had passed the island at midnight on December 15th and noted the light was already extinguished, but there were no reports of severe weather in the area that day. The entries on the slate indicated the morning had been routine, wind, yes, but nothing catastrophic. If the men died in the afternoon of the 15th, as the evidence suggested, what storm were they trying to secure equipment against? In the years following the disaster, rumors began to circulate about strange entries in the lighthouse log. Supposedly, Thomas Marshall had written about an unprecedented storm on December 12th, about James Duckett being unusually quiet, about Donald MacArthur, the tough, hardened brawler, weeping in fear. A final entry, allegedly written on December 15th, read, "Storm ended, sea calm. God is over all." If such an entry existed, it would change everything. It would mean at least one man had survived the afternoon of the 15th and written in the log afterward. It would mean the official timeline was wrong. But when investigators tried to verify these log entries, they found nothing. The supposed entries didn't exist in the official records. They had been fabricated, added to the story years later by newspapers looking to sensationalize an already mysterious event. The real log contained no such drama, just routine observations ending on December 13th. Without concrete answers, speculation ran wild. Newspapers across Britain and beyond published increasingly outlandish theories. A sea serpent had devoured the men. A ghost ship, the legendary Phantom of the Seven Hunters, had appeared and spirited them away. Foreign spies had abducted them. The men had staged their own disappearance to escape their isolated lives. MacArthur had murdered the other two in a rage and then thrown himself off the cliffs. None of these theories had evidence, but they filled the void left by unanswered questions. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse still stands today. It was automated in 1971 and no longer requires human keepers. The island remains uninhabited except for seabirds and the ghosts of speculation that refuse to die. James Duckett left behind a wife and 4 children, Louisa, Robert, Annabella, and Arthur. They never learned what happened to their father. Thomas Marshall was unmarried. His father, brother, and sister waited in vain for news. Donald MacArthur had a wife and 2 children who spent the rest of their lives wondering what took them from them. The official explanation, that 3 experienced men were swept away by a rogue wave, is plausible. The western landing showed clear evidence of massive storm damage. Waves reaching 200 feet above sea level could absolutely kill, but it requires accepting that all 3 men violated their most sacred rule, that they abandoned the lighthouse simultaneously, that MacArthur rushed out without protective gear into conditions dangerous enough to warrant securing equipment. Perhaps that's what happened. Perhaps it was simply a terrible accident, a perfect storm of poor decisions and worse luck. Or perhaps, on that cold December afternoon in 1900, something else happened on Eilean Moor, something that left behind only questions, a stopped clock, and an empty island haunted by silence. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse mystery remains unsolved to this day, and the 3 men who disappeared have never been found.
Christmas Eve, 1945. The Sauter family gathers in their home in Fayetteville, West Virginia. 9 of their 10 children are there. 1 son is away serving in the Army. The youngest kids stay up late, playing with the toys their older sister bought them. Outside, snow blankets the quiet Appalachian town. At 1 a.m., the house erupts in flames. George and Jenny Sauter escape with 4 of their children, but 5 others, Maurice, 14, Martha, 12, Louis, 9, Jenny 8, Betty 5 are trapped upstairs. The fire department doesn't arrive for 7 hours. By then, the house is burned to the ground. And when investigators sift through the ashes, they find something impossible. No bodies, no bones, no trace of the 5 children. For the next 40 years, the Sodders refused to believe their children had died in the fire. They put up billboards. They hired private investigators. They followed leads across the country because they believed their children had been kidnapped and were still alive somewhere. More than 75 years later, no one knows what happened to the Sodder children. Their bodies were never found, and the evidence suggests that something far more sinister than a house fire took them that Christmas Eve. George Sodder was born Giorgio Sadu in Tula, Sardinia, Italy, in 1895. At 13 years old, he immigrated to the United States with an older brother. When they arrived at Ellis Island in 1908, the brother immediately turned around and went back to Italy, leaving George alone in a new country. George never explained why he left Italy or why his brother abandoned him. For the rest of his life, he avoided talking about his past. George found work on the Pennsylvania railroads, carrying water and supplies to laborers. After a few years, he moved to Smithers, West Virginia, and eventually launched his own trucking company. He hauled dirt for construction, freight, and coal. He was smart, ambitious, hardworking. In Smithers, he walked into a store called the Music Box and met Jenny Cipriani, the owner's daughter. She had immigrated from Italy when she was 3 years old. They married and moved to Fayetteville, West Virginia, where they raised 10 children between 1923 and 1943. The Sodder children were Marion, 17, Joe, 21, away in the Army on Christmas 1945, John, 23, George Jr., 16, Maurice, 14, Martha, 12, Louis, 9, Jenny, 8, Betty, 5, Sylvia, 3. By 1945, the Sodders were one of the most respected middle-class families in Fayetteville. George's trucking business was successful. The children were well-behaved. Jenny was deeply religious. They were living the American dream. But George had made enemies. George Sodder was outspoken. He had strong opinions about politics, business, and current events. And in the years leading up to World War II, he made those opinions very clear. George despised Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy, while other Italian immigrants in Fayetteville supported Mussolini, or at least stayed quiet. George openly criticized him. He called Mussolini a tyrant. He argued with neighbors. He made enemies in the local Italian community. In 1943, Mussolini was deposed and executed. But George's criticisms had left hard feelings. In October 1945, just 2 months before the fire, a life insurance salesman came to the Sodder home. He tried to sell George a policy. George refused. The salesman became irate. According to Jenny, he said, "Your house is going to go up in smoke, and your children are going to be destroyed. This is because of the dirty remarks you have been making about Mussolini." George dismissed the threat. He thought the man was just angry about losing a sale. A few weeks later, another stranger appeared at the Sodder home. He claimed to be looking for work. George told him there was none available. The man wandered around to the back of the house. When George followed, he found a stranger examining the fuse boxes. The man pointed to them and said, "This is going to cause a fire someday." George was confused. He had just had the house rewired when they installed a new electric stove. The local power company had inspected it and declared it safe. Why would a stranger show up and make a comment like that? In the weeks before Christmas, the Sodder children noticed a strange car driving slowly through the neighborhood. It would park near the school and watch as the younger children walked home. The occupants never approached. They just watched. On Christmas Eve, at around 10:30 p.m., the phone rang. Jenny answered. A woman's voice, unfamiliar, with laughter and clinking glasses in the background, asked for someone Jenny didn't know. Jenny told her she had the wrong number and hung up. About 30 minutes later, Jenny woke to a loud noise. It sounded like something heavy had been thrown onto the roof. She got up, looked around, but saw nothing. She went back to bed. Half an hour after that, she woke again, this time to the smell of smoke. The house was on fire. Jenny bolted out of bed. Smoke was pouring from George's office at the front of the house. She screamed for George. He jumped up, disoriented, confused. The fire was spreading fast. George and Jenny ran through the house, waking their children. Marion, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, grabbed 3-year-old Sylvia and carried her outside. George Jr. and John, who had been sleeping in a downstairs bedroom, escaped through a window. But 5 children, Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty, were upstairs in the attic bedrooms. George ran to the staircase. Flames blocked his path. He couldn't get through. He screamed their names. No response. No sound of crying. No sound of movement. Where were they? George ran outside and smashed a window with his bare hands, slicing a deep gash across his arm. Blood poured down his skin as he tried to climb back inside. But the smoke was too thick. He couldn't see anything. He couldn't breathe. He needed to get higher. He needed to reach the attic windows. George ran to the side of the house where he always kept a ladder propped against the wall. It was gone. The ladder that had stood there for years, the ladder he used daily for farm work, had vanished. George had another idea. He ran to his 2 coal trucks parked in the driveway. If he could drive one up to the house, he could climb on top of the truck bed and reach the second-floor windows. He jumped into the first truck and turned the key. The engine sputtered but wouldn't start. He tried again. Nothing. The truck had been working perfectly the day before. He ran to the second truck. Same result. The engine turned over but refused to catch. Both trucks were dead. George ran to the rain barrel near the house. If he couldn't climb up, maybe he could put out the fire with water. But when he reached the barrel, he found it frozen completely solid, even though the temperature that night was above freezing. Marion sprinted to the nearest neighbor's house, half a mile away, and pounded on the door. She begged them to call the Fayetteville Fire Department. The neighbor picked up the phone. The operator didn't answer. Another neighbor, realizing the phone wasn't working, got in his car and drove to find Fire Chief F.J. Morris. Morris lived just 2.5 miles away. The neighbor found him, told him about the fire, told him children were trapped inside. Morris said he would come. George, Jenny, and the 4 surviving children stood in the yard and watched the house burn. The flames climbed into the night sky. The heat was unbearable. They couldn't get close. They couldn't do anything. The fire department didn't arrive until 8 a.m., 7 hours after the fire started. By then, the house had burned completely to the ground. Only the stone foundation remained, and there was no sign of the 5 children. When Fire Chief Morris finally arrived, he surveyed the ruins. The entire two-story house had collapsed into the basement. Charwood, melted glass, ash. Morris told the Sodders that the fire had been caused by faulty wiring. The children, he said, had died in the blaze. Their bodies had been completely incinerated by the intense heat. George didn't believe it. He had just had the house rewired. The power company had inspected it. How could faulty wiring be the cause? And if the fire had been hot enough to incinerate 5 bodies, bones and all, why were there still recognizable pieces of furniture? Why did they find a box of Christmas ornaments barely damaged? Why was Jenny's Bible, found in the debris, only lightly charred? Fire experts later confirmed George's suspicions. A typical house fire burns at around 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit. To completely incinerate human bones, to reduce them to ash, requires sustained temperatures of at least 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit for several hours. The Sodder house burned for less than 45 minutes before collapsing. It was a wood-frame structure, not a crematorium. There should have been bones, skulls, teeth, something. Weeks after the fire, a rumor reached the Sodders. Fire Chief Morris had supposedly told someone that he had found a human heart in the ashes. But instead of reporting it, he had quietly buried it in the yard. George and Jenny demanded that Morris show them where he had buried it. Morris took them to a spot near the house and helped them dig up a small box. They brought it to a funeral director and asked him to examine the contents. The funeral director opened the box. Inside was a beef liver, fresh, unburned. It had never been in a fire. Why would the fire chief bury a beef liver and pretend it was evidence from the fire? More strange details emerged. A telephone repairman examined the phone line after the fire. He told the Sodders that the line hadn't burned. It had been cut. A witness came forward and said he had seen a man on the property the night of the fire, stealing a block and tackle, a piece of equipment that could have been used to disable George's trucks. George's youngest daughter, Sylvia, found a strange rubber object in the yard. George examined it and concluded it was a pineapple bomb, a crude incendiary device used during World War II. Then came the sightings. A woman came forward and said she had seen the 5 Sodder children in a passing car during the fire. She said they were with a man and a woman she didn't recognize. A truck driver reported seeing the children at a rest stop the morning after the fire, alive, with 2 men and 2 women who appeared to be of Italian extraction. In 1949, George hired a pathologist to excavate the site. They found several vertebrae, human bones buried in the dirt. The bones were sent to the Smithsonian Institution for analysis. The Smithsonian's report concluded that the bones belonged to a single male, likely between the ages of 16 and 22. They showed no signs of burning. They had not been exposed to fire. Maurice, the oldest of the missing children, was only 14. The bones didn't match any of the 5 children. The report also noted something disturbing. The vertebrae had likely been the soil before George bulldozed the site. They may have come from a nearby cemetery. Someone had planted them there. The Sodders refused to give up. They erected a billboard along Route 16, a major highway through Fayetteville. The billboard displayed photographs of the 5 missing children and offered a $5,000 reward for information. They later increased it to $10,000. For nearly 4 decades, the billboard stood there, Travelers passing through Fayetteville saw the faces of Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty staring out at them, asking the same haunting question. What was their fate? Kidnapped, murdered, or are they still alive? The Sodders hired multiple private investigators. George himself traveled to cities across the United States, following up on tips and sightings. He went to St. Louis, Texas, Florida, Kentucky, anywhere someone claimed to have seen his children. Every lead went nowhere. In 1968, 23 years after the fire, Jenny received a photograph in the mail. It showed a young man in his early 30s. On the back, someone had written, "Louis Sodder, I love Brother Frankie. Illo boys." A 90132 or 35. The man in the photo looked eerily similar to what Louis might have looked like as an adult. Same eyes, same facial structure. Jenny hired a private investigator to track down the sender. The investigator went to Kentucky to follow the lead. He never returned. He vanished without a trace. George Sodder died in 1969, never knowing what happened to his children. Jenny continued living in the family home, wearing black every day and morning. She tended a memorial garden on the site where the house had stood. She died in 1989 at the age of 85, still believing her children were alive somewhere. The youngest Sodder child, Sylvia, who had been carried out of the burning house at age 3, spent her entire life haunted by that night. She remembered her father's bleeding arm. She remembered the screams. She remembered the flames. She died on April 21st, 2021, at the age of 79. Until her last breath, she believed her siblings had survived. The billboard came down in 1989 after Jenny's death. Today, there is no physical memorial to the Sodder children in Fayetteville. The site where their house stood is empty. Life moved on, but the mystery didn't. What really happened on Christmas Eve, 1945? Several theories have emerged. Theory 1. The children died in the fire. Despite the lack of remains, some investigators believe the fire was simply hotter than expected, and the bones were destroyed or missed during excavations. Theory 2. The children were kidnapped. The missing ladder, disabled trucks, cut phone line, and eyewitness sightings suggest a coordinated abduction. Perhaps George's criticisms of Mussolini had made him a target for pro-fascist sympathizers. Theory 3. Organized crime or human trafficking. Some have speculated that the children were taken by a criminal organization, possibly to be sold or used as leverage against George. Maurice, 14. Martha, 12. Louis, 9. Jenny, 8. Betty, 5. 5 children vanished on Christmas Eve. Their bodies were never found. No one was ever arrested. No definitive explanation was ever given. For more than 75 years, the Sodder family believed their children were out there somewhere, alive, stolen, perhaps unaware of their true identities. DNA testing could potentially solve the mystery today. But the youngest survivor, Sylvia, passed away in 2021. Her daughter has the family's DNA on file with West Virginia State Police, but no matches have ever been found. On Christmas Eve, 1945, 5 children disappeared from a burning house in West Virginia. The fire department took 7 hours to arrive. No bodies were ever found. And for 4 decades, a billboard asked a question that still has no answer. What was their fate? Near the village of Milton in Scotland, there stands a 19th century stone bridge that has earned a reputation as one of the strangest places in Britain. Dog owners avoid it. Warning signs have been posted. And for over 70 years, witnesses have reported the same disturbing phenomenon. Dogs, seemingly happy, healthy, normal dogs, suddenly bolt toward the edge of the bridge and leap over the side. Some survive the 50-foot fall. Many don't. A few that survive climb back up and immediately jump again. Tabloid headlines claim 600 dogs have jumped. Local records suggest the real number is closer to 300, with at least 50 confirmed deaths. But whatever the true count, one thing is certain. Something about Overtown Bridge compels dogs to jump. Is it the scent of wild animals below? A frequency only dogs can hear? Or something darker? A supernatural presence that has haunted these grounds for over a century? Overtown Bridge sits within the Overtown Estate in West Dunbartonshire, Scotland, about 30 minutes north of Glasgow. The estate includes Overtown House, a stunning Victorian mansion built in 1862, surrounded by forests, gardens, and a deep ravine carved by the Overtown burn. The bridge itself was commissioned by Lord Overtown John Campbell White and designed by the acclaimed landscape architect H.E. Milner. Completed in June 1895, it's built in the Scottish baronial style. Rough-faced ashlar stone, ornate parapets 18 inches thick, and 3 graceful arches spanning the ravine. It's beautiful, picturesque, the kind of bridge you'd want to photograph on a sunny afternoon. And for the first 55 years of its existence, nothing unusual happened there. Then, sometime in the 1950s, the reports began. Dog owners walking across the bridge would describe the same experience. Their dog, off-leash, calm, perfectly behaved, would suddenly become fixated on something. The dog's body would tense. Its ears would prick up. It would stare at a specific spot. And then, without warning, it would bolt toward the right-hand side of the bridge and leap over the parapet. The fall is 50 feet. Below are rocks, water, and dense vegetation. Some dogs die on impact. Others break bones and survive traumatized. A few escape with only minor injuries, climb back up to the bridge, and immediately jump again, as if compelled by something they cannot resist. Over the decades, investigators noticed something disturbing. The jumps weren't random. They followed a pattern. Pattern 1. Location: the dogs always jump from the same spot, the right-hand side of the bridge between the final 2 parapets. Never the left, never the middle, always the right at the very end. Pattern 2. Whether the jumps almost always happen on clear, sunny days, rarely on overcast or rainy days. The phenomenon seems tied to weather conditions. Pattern 3. Breed: the jumpers are almost exclusively long-nosed breeds. Collies, Labradors, Retrievers, German Shepherds. Dogs with highly developed senses of smell. Short-nosed breeds like Pugs or Bulldogs don't jump. In 2004, a man named Kenneth Meikle was walking with his family and their golden retriever. The dog suddenly bolted and leaped off the bridge. It survived, but was badly injured and traumatized. In 2005, 5 dogs jumped within 6 months. In 2014, a woman named Alice Trevorrow was walking her Springer Spaniel, Cassie. She described the experience to reporters. Cassie was staring at something above the bridge. She definitely saw something that made her jump. There is something sinister going on. Debbie McDonald, a veterinarian who has worked at the closest clinic to Overtown Bridge for over 2 decades, told skeptical investigators that in all that time, she's only treated 2 cases involving the bridge. 1 dog survived, 1 died. This suggests the phenomenon may be exaggerated by media, but it doesn't explain why dogs jump at all. The bridge's dark reputation isn't limited to dogs. In October 1994, a man suffering from paranoid schizophrenia threw his 2-week-old son off the bridge, killing the infant. He attempted suicide, but was stopped. He told police he chose the location because of its association with dark spirits and ancient druids. He believed his son was the devil incarnate and needed to die on cursed ground. The bridge has a reputation, and that reputation affects how people, and perhaps animals, experience it. For locals who grew up near Overtown Bridge, the explanation is simple. The place is haunted. The White Lady of Overtown. The most popular ghost story centers on Lady Overtown, the widow of John White's son. After her husband died in 1908, she fell into deep depression. She would walk the bridge daily, staring down into the ravine, mourning her lost love. She died in 1931, but locals claim her spirit remains. Some believe she calls to the dogs, luring them to their deaths, either out of malice or because she's so lonely she wants company in the afterlife. Dog owners walking the bridge report feeling an oppressive atmosphere, a heaviness in the air, a sense of being watched. Others point to Celtic spirituality. In Scottish and Irish folklore, certain locations are called thin places, spots where the barrier between the physical world and the spiritual realm is weak. These places allow spirits, energies, or otherworldly forces to cross over more easily. Some believe Overtown Bridge was built on a thin place. Dogs, with their heightened senses, can perceive the other side more clearly than humans. They jump because they see something we cannot, a doorway, a presence, or a force pulling them toward it. There's also the troubling history of John Campbell White, the first Baron Overtown who commissioned the bridge. White was a Victorian-era chemical manufacturer and philanthropist. He publicly donated to charities and churches, but his factories were notorious for dangerous working conditions. Workers were exploited. Safety regulations were non-existent. Deaths occurred regularly. Some locals believe the estate is cursed because of White's hypocrisy, his public charity masking private cruelty. The bridge, they say, absorbed that darkness. Paranormal investigators have visited Overtown Bridge multiple times. Some claim to have recorded electronic voice phenomena, EVP, unexplained sounds and voices. Others report equipment malfunctions, sudden drops in temperature, and feelings of dread. One investigator from the Scottish Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals was sent to examine the bridge in the early 2000s. When he reached the jump spot, he reportedly felt an overwhelming urge to leap off the bridge himself. The investigation was immediately closed. But these are anecdotes, stories, not evidence. Science demanded a different explanation. In 2005, canine psychologist Dr. David Sands was brought in to investigate the bridge. He approached it as a scientist, not a paranormal enthusiast. He examined 3 factors: sight, sound, and smell. Sight. From a dog's perspective, about 2 feet off the ground. The bridge parapet blocks their view of the ravine below. They see only the granite wall covered in ivy. They have no visual cue that there's a 50-foot drop ahead. If something attracts them forward, they may leap without realizing they're jumping into open air. Sound. One theory suggested that the nearby Foslane Naval Base, home to the UK's Trident nuclear submarines, was emitting low-frequency sounds that only dogs could hear, driving them into a frenzy. Dr. Sands brought in acoustic experts to test sound levels on the bridge. They found nothing unusual. No ultrasonic frequencies. No smell. This is where Dr. Sands found his answer. Beneath Overtown Bridge, in the ravine and surrounding forest, live populations of wild animals, squirrels, mice, and, most importantly, mink. Mink are small, semi-aquatic mammals with an extremely pungent scent. Their urine and musk are overpowering to animals with a strong sense of smell. Dr. Sands conducted an experiment. He placed canisters containing the scents of squirrels, mice, and mink along the bridge. Then he brought in 10 long-nosed dogs and observed their reactions. 70% of the dogs went straight for the mink scent, some of them quite dramatically, lunging toward it with intense focus. Here's the critical detail. Mink were introduced to Scotland in the 1950s, the exact decade when the dog jumps began. Before the 1950s, there were no reports of dogs jumping from Overtown Bridge. After mink populations established themselves in the area, the phenomenon started. Dr. Sands theorized that dogs, especially hunting breeds with heightened senses of smell, catch the scent of mink wafting up from the ravine. The smell is strongest on clear, sunny days when the air is dry and still. The dogs become fixated. They follow the scent. They leap onto the parapet to get closer. And because the wall is tapered, they topple over the edge and fall. This also explains why some dogs that survive the fall climb back up and jump again. They're not trying to die. They're trying to reach the source of the scent. They don't understand that the drop is dangerous. To the dog, they're just following an irresistible smell. Dr. Sands' theory is the most scientifically sound explanation, but it doesn't answer every question. If mink scent is the cause, why does this phenomenon only happen at Overtown Bridge? There are dozens of other bridges in Scotland where mink live below. Many have similar architecture. Many are frequented by long-nosed dogs. But the jumps don't happen there, at least not at the same rate. Why is Overtown unique? And why do the dogs always jump from the exact same spot, the right-hand side between the final 2 parapets? If it were just about scent, wouldn't dogs jump from multiple points along the bridge where the smell is strongest? Why only that one location? Dog owners describe their pets behaving oddly before they jump, staring at something above the bridge, becoming fixated on a specific point in the air, acting as if they see or sense something invisible. Scent doesn't explain this. Mink live below the bridge, not above it. And then there's the atmosphere. Even Dr. Sands, the scientist who debunked the paranormal theories, admitted that standing at the jump spot gave him a strange feeling. He described all his senses being on fire. A 2021 investigation by The Skeptic magazine found that the phenomenon has been dramatically exaggerated by tabloid media. The 600 dogs figure appears to have originated from a 2009 article on crack.com, which cited no sources. Local veterinarian Debbie McDonald, who works closest to the bridge, has only treated 2 cases in over 20 years. If 600 dogs had jumped, she would have seen far more. The real number is likely between 50 and 300 incidents over 70 years. Still significant, still disturbing, but not the epidemic tabloids claim. So what's the truth? Today, Overtown Bridge remains a popular walking spot. Despite its reputation, dog owners still bring their pets there, though most keep them on leashes now. Warning signs have been posted. The estate owners, who have lived at Overtown House for nearly 2 decades, believe the mink scent theory is correct. They've witnessed agitated dogs jumping and believe it's purely sensory overload. The scientific explanation, mink scent driving long-nosed dogs to leap, accounts for most of the evidence. The timeline matches. The breed specificity matches. The weather conditions match, but doesn't explain everything. Not the specific location, not the strange feelings people report, not why it happens here and nowhere else. For locals, Overtown Bridge remains a place of mystery. Some believe in the White Lady, others believe in thin places. Many simply accept that there's something about this bridge, something in the stone, the air, the history, that affects both animals and humans in ways we don't fully understand. June 30th, 1908. At 7:17 a.m. local time, a fireball streaks across the sky above central Siberia. Witnesses describe it as brighter than the sun, a cylindrical column of bluish-white light trailing smoke across the cloudless morning sky. At an altitude of 3 to 6 miles above the stony Tunguska River, the object explodes with the force of 185 Hiroshima bombs. The blast flattens 80 million trees across 830 square miles of forest. The shockwave is felt 600 miles away. Seismographs in Western Europe register the impact. And yet, when investigators finally reach the site 2 decades later, they find something impossible. No crater, no impact point, no meteorite fragments larger than a grain of sand. This is the story of the largest cosmic impact in recorded human history, an explosion equivalent to 15 megatons of TNT that left no physical evidence of what caused it. The Tunguska event occurred in one of the most remote regions on Earth, the East Siberian Taiga, approximately 600 miles north of Lake Baikal. The area was sparsely populated, home only to scattered groups of Evenki people, indigenous reindeer herders who had lived in the region for centuries. On the morning of June 30th, 1908, the sun had just risen. It was a warm summer day. The sky was clear. The most detailed eyewitness account comes from a man named S. Semenov, who was sitting outside his home at the Vanavar trading post, approximately 40 miles south of the explosion, having breakfast. His testimony, recorded 22 years later by Russian mineralogist Leonid Kulik, describes what he saw. I suddenly saw that directly to the north, the sky split in two and fire appeared high and wide over the forest. The split in the sky grew larger, and the entire northern side was covered with fire. At that moment, I became so hot that I couldn't bear it, as if my shirt was on fire. From the northern side, where the fire was, came strong heat. Semenov described being knocked off his feet by a powerful blast wave moments later. His chair was thrown several feet. The heat was so intense he thought he was burning alive, even though he was 40 miles away. Other witnesses reported similar experiences. Reindeer herders closer to the blast, though still 15 to 20 miles away, said they saw an enormous fireball moving across the sky from southeast to northwest. Some described it as cylindrical. Others said it was spherical. Then came a flash. One witness said the light was so bright he could see the bones in his hand through his skin, like an X-ray. The explosion generated multiple effects. Thermal radiation. The heat pulse ignited the forest instantly, scorching trees and melting metal objects for miles. Blast wave. The shock wave radiated outward at supersonic speed, shattering windows hundreds of miles away and knocking people to the ground. Buildings in the town of Vanavara shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Seismic wave. The impact registered on seismographs across Western Europe and Asia. Scientists as far away as England recorded the tremor. Atmospheric disturbance. For weeks afterward, the night sky across Europe and parts of Russia glowed with unusual brightness. So bright that people in London could read newspapers at midnight without artificial light. Scientists later estimated the explosion released between 10 and 30 megatons of energy, equivalent to 185 to 500 Hiroshima atomic bombs detonating simultaneously. If the explosion had occurred over London, it would have completely destroyed everything within the M25 motorway and killed millions. But because it happened over one of the most remote, uninhabited regions on Earth, the human cost was minimal. 2 people may have died, though reports are unconfirmed. Over 1,000 reindeer were killed instantly, devastating the herds that the Evenki people depended on for survival. Despite the massive scale of the explosion, it took nearly 2 decades before any scientific investigation reached the site. Why? The explosion occurred in 1908, during the final years of Tsarist Russia. The region was so remote that news of the event barely reached the outside world. A few Russian newspapers reported a meteorite fall north of Lake Baikal, but the story gained little attention. Then came World War I in 1914, the Russian Revolution in 1917, the Russian Civil War. For years, the country was consumed by political upheaval and violence. Scientific expeditions to remote Siberia were not a priority. It wasn't until 1921 that Russian mineralogist Leonid Kulik began investigating reports of a massive meteorite impact in central Siberia. He was conducting surveys for the Soviet Academy of Sciences when he heard local accounts of the explosion. Kulik was convinced a giant meteorite had struck the Earth. If he could find it, the meteorite could contain valuable minerals, potentially worth millions. In 1927, Kulik led a full expedition into the Tunguska region. With the help of Evenki hunters who knew the terrain, his team finally reached the southern edge of the blast zone. What they found was unlike anything any of them had seen. For miles in every direction, the forest was destroyed. Trees, some over 100 feet tall, had been snapped like matchsticks and thrown to the ground. They lay in radial patterns, all pointing away from a central location. Kulik's team moved toward the epicenter, standing upright, stripped of their branches and bark, scorched black like telephone poles. These trees had been directly beneath the explosion. The blast wave had come down from above, so perfectly vertical that it didn't knock them over. It simply obliterated everything around them. Kulik searched desperately for meteorite fragments. He dug into the bog. He examined the soil. He sifted through the debris. He found nothing. No meteorite. No chunks of rock. No metal. Nothing larger than tiny spherules of melted iron and silicate, grains smaller than a millimeter. Kulik returned to the site multiple times over the next decade, convinced the meteorite was buried somewhere beneath the surface. He never found it. The scientific community was baffled. How could an explosion of this magnitude, equivalent to 15 megatons of TNT, leave no crater, no impact point, no physical evidence of what caused it? For decades, wild theories emerged. Theory 1. Nuclear-powered alien spacecraft. In the 1940s and 50s, after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, some researchers noticed disturbing similarities between the Tunguska blast pattern and nuclear explosions. The radial distribution of fallen trees. The standing dead trees at ground zero. The lack of a crater. The intense heat flash followed by a shock wave. Science fiction writers and UFO enthusiasts speculated that the Tunguska event was caused by an alien spacecraft's nuclear reactor exploding in the atmosphere. This theory had no evidence, but it captured the public imagination. Theory 2. Miniature black hole. In 1973, physicists A. Jackson IV and Michael P. Ryan Jr. published a paper in Nature proposing that a miniature black hole had passed through the Earth. According to their theory, the black hole entered the atmosphere over Siberia, causing the explosion through its gravitational effects, then exited through the North Atlantic, where no corresponding exit explosion was observed. The theory was quickly debunked. A black hole of sufficient mass to cause the Tunguska explosion would have left far more evidence. Theory 3. Antimatter explosion. Another fringe theory suggested that a small chunk of antimatter from space collided with Earth's atmosphere, annihilating on contact and releasing enormous energy. This would explain the lack of physical remains. Antimatter leaves no residue, but there's no evidence of the specific radiation signature antimatter annihilation produces. The theory was abandoned. Theory 4. Comet fragment. In 1930, British astronomer F.J.W. Whipple proposed that the object was a small comet, or a fragment of a larger comet. Comets are composed primarily of ice, dust, and volatile compounds. When a comet enters the atmosphere at tens of thousands of miles per hour, the ice vaporizes almost instantly. This would explain why no solid fragments were found. Supporting evidence includes: the explosion coincided with the peak of the Beta Taurida meteor shower, which is debris from Comet Encke. The glowing night skies observed across Europe for weeks after the event suggest massive amounts of water vapor and dust were dispersed into the upper atmosphere, consistent with a comet. Noctilucent clouds, rare high-altitude clouds formed by ice crystals, were reported after the explosion. However, analysis of resin extracted from trees at the impact site found high levels of material common in rocky asteroids, but rare in comets. This casts doubt on the comet theory. Theory 5. Stony asteroid airburst. Today, the most widely accepted explanation is a meteor airburst caused by a stony asteroid approximately 50 to 80 meters in diameter. Here's how it works. When an asteroid enters Earth's atmosphere at speeds exceeding 33,000 miles per hour, it encounters immense aerodynamic pressure. The air in front of the object is compressed so rapidly that it heats to tens of thousands of degrees. For smaller meteoroids, this causes them to burn up harmlessly, creating shooting stars. But for larger objects, the pressure becomes overwhelming. The asteroid doesn't have time to heat evenly. The front surface vaporizes while the interior remains solid. This creates catastrophic structural stress. At a certain altitude, typically 5 to 10 kilometers above the surface, the asteroid fragments and pancakes into an expanding cloud of superheated debris. This releases nearly all its kinetic energy at once in a massive explosion. We know this happens because it happened again in 2013. On February 15th, 2013, a 20-meter asteroid exploded over Chelyabinsk, Russia, about 1,500 miles west of Tunguska. The explosion released energy equivalent to 500 kilotons of TNT. Over 1,600 people were injured, mostly by flying glass for shattered windows. The Chelyabinsk event was captured on thousands of dashboard cameras. Scientists were able to study it in detail. Computer models confirmed that the explosion was an air burst, identical in mechanism to what likely happened at Tunguska, just on a smaller scale. The Tunguska object was larger, perhaps 50 to 80 meters across, roughly the size of a 25-story building. It exploded at a lower altitude, 5 to 10 kilometers, releasing 10 to 30 megatons of energy. The explosion vaporized the asteroid almost completely, leaving only microscopic fragments. This explains everything. No crater, the object never hit the ground. No large fragments, vaporized in the explosion. Radial tree fall, shock wave, radiating outward from the airburst. Standing dead trees at epicenter, vertical blast wave from above. Thermal flash, radiant heat from the explosion. Glowing skies, dust and vapor dispersed into the upper atmosphere. The asteroid airburst theory is supported by modern physics, computer modeling, and comparison to similar events like Chelyabinsk. But one question still lingers. In 1999, Italian researchers led by physicist Giuseppe Longo discovered a small, unusually round lake called Lake Checo, located about 5 miles northwest of the Tunguska epicenter. The lake is roughly 500 meters in diameter and has a conical basin shape consistent with an impact crater. Magnetic readings detected a possible meter-sized chunk of rock beneath the lake's deepest point. The team drilled sediment cores from the lake bed. Analysis suggested the lake might have formed around the time of the Tunguska event, possibly created by a fragment of the exploding asteroid that survived the airburst and impacted the ground. If true, Lake Checo could be the only continuous. Some believe the lake is a Tunguska impact crater. Others believe it's a natural sinkhole or karst formation. We may never know for certain. The Tunguska event forced humanity to confront an uncomfortable truth. Earth is not safe from cosmic impacts. Tunguska-scale explosions occur, on average, once every century. Larger impacts, like the asteroid that created Meteor Crater in Arizona 50,000 years ago, happen roughly once every million years. and catastrophic impacts like the one that killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago are even rarer. But rare doesn't mean impossible. If the Tunguska asteroid had exploded over London, Paris, Tokyo, or New York, millions would have died. Every building within a 30-mile radius would have been destroyed. The heat pulse would have ignited fires across the entire metropolitan area. It was pure luck that Tunguska happened over one of the most remote, uninhabited regions on Earth. Today, NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office tracks near-Earth objects, NEOs, asteroids and comets whose orbits bring them close to Earth. Over 30,000 NEOs have been cataloged, with new ones discovered every week. In 2022, NASA successfully tested the DART, Double Asteroid Redirection Test, mission, deliberately crashing a spacecraft into the asteroid Dimorphos to alter its orbit. The test proved that humanity now has the technology to deflect an incoming asteroid if we detect it in time. Since 2016, the United Nations has recognized June 30th, the anniversary of the Tunguska event, as International Asteroid Day, dedicated to raising awareness about asteroid threats and planetary defense efforts. Today, the Tunguska blast zone has regrown. The forest is a mix of pioneering species, aspen and birch, around the edges, with surviving Siberian larch in the center. Researchers continue to study the site, extracting tree ring samples and analyzing soil for microparticles. In some of the surviving trees, scientists have even found preserved needles from 1908, physical evidence frozen in time from the moment of the explosion. On the morning of June 30th, 1908, an asteroid roughly the size of a 25-story building entered Earth's atmosphere, traveling at 33,000 miles per hour. At an altitude of 5 to 10 kilometers above the Siberian taiga, it exploded with the force of 185 Hiroshima bombs. 80 million trees were flattened. The shock wave circled the globe. The night sky glowed for weeks. And yet, because the explosion occurred over one of the most remote places on Earth, only 2 people may have died. For 2 decades, no one investigated. When scientists finally reached the site, they found no crater, no meteorite, no physical evidence of what had caused the comparison to the 2013 Chelyabinsk event. But the Tunguska event is more than a scientific curiosity. It's a warning. July 14th, 1518. In the narrow streets of Strasbourg, a woman steps out of her home and begins to dance. She has no music, no celebration, no reason. She simply starts moving violently, compulsively, without stopping. Her husband begs her to stop. She ignores him. Her feet swell. They bleed through her shoes. She dances for 6 days straight, collapsing only briefly from exhaustion before rising to dance again. By the end of the first week, 30 more people have joined her. Within a month, 400 citizens of Strasbourg are dancing uncontrollably in the streets. Some dance until their hearts give out. Others collapse from strokes. Many dance themselves to death. No one knows why it started. No one knows how to stop it. And when it finally ends 2 months later, the city is left with bodies, trauma, and a question that has haunted historians for over 500 years. What makes hundreds of people dance until they die? To understand how Strasbourg descended into dancing madness, you need to understand what the city had endured in the years leading up to 1518. Strasbourg sat on the western edge of the Holy Roman Empire in the Alsace region, modern-day France. It was a wealthy, free city, a hub of trade and commerce. The Rhine River brought prosperity. The markets bustled with merchants. The churches rang their bells. On the surface, Strasbourg looked like a thriving medieval city. But beneath that surface, something was breaking. Between 1500 and 1518, Alsace was devastated by a series of catastrophes. Crop failures led to famine. Floods destroyed harvests. The winters were brutal. The summers were scorching. People starved. In 1517, the year before the Dancing Plague, Strasbourg's grain reserves were so depleted that the city council had to import food from neighboring regions just to keep people alive. The poor, which was most of the population, were eating grass, bark, and anything they could scavenge. Malnutrition made them vulnerable to disease. Smallpox swept through the city. Syphilis, a relatively new disease in Europe, spread unchecked. The bubonic plague, which had killed a third of Europe's population 2 centuries earlier, was still a lingering threat. People were dying by the hundreds. And then there was the fear. The people of Strasbourg were devoutly Catholic. They believed in saints, miracles, and divine punishment. And they believed in Saint Vitus, a Christian martyr who, according to legend, had the power to curse people with uncontrollable dancing. It was called Saint Vitus's dance. The belief was simple. If you angered Saint Vitus by sinning, by failing to honor him, by living a sinful life, he would punish you by making you dance until you died. The only cure was pilgrimage to a shrine and begging for forgiveness. In 1517, Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of a church in Germany, triggering the Protestant Reformation. The Catholic Church's authority was being challenged. Religious tensions were boiling. People saw signs of the apocalypse everywhere: comets, floods, famine, disease. Strasbourg in 1518 was a city under extreme psychological stress. The people were starving, sick, terrified, and convinced that God was angry. Into this perfect storm of suffering stepped Frau Trophia. On the morning of July 14th, 1518, a woman named Frau Trophia, her first name is lost to history, walked out of her half-timbered home on a narrow street in Strasbourg. She was unremarkable, a housewife, married. Nothing in the historical record suggests she was unusual in any way. And then she started dancing. There was no music, no festival, no reason. She simply began to move violently, spasmodically, as if possessed. Her body jerked and twisted. Her arms thrashed. Her legs kicked. Sweat poured down her face. Neighbors stopped and stared. Her husband rushed out and begged her to stop. She didn't respond. Her eyes were vacant, expressionless. She kept dancing. Hours passed. The sun climbed high into the July sky. Frau Trophia kept dancing. Her feet began to swell. Blood pooled in her shoes. She didn't stop. By nightfall, she had been dancing for 12 hours straight. She finally collapsed from exhaustion, her body drenched in sweat, her feet bleeding. Witnesses thought it was over. It wasn't. The next morning, Frau Trophia was dancing again. And the morning after that. And the morning after that. For 6 days, she danced almost without stopping, taking only brief breaks to collapse before her body compelled her to rise and dance once more. The city council was alarmed. Physicians were called. They examined her, but found no physical cause for her behavior. Some suggested demonic possession. Others blamed overheated blood, a medieval medical theory that believed excessive heat in the body caused feverish, uncontrollable behavior. And then others started dancing. By the end of the first week, 34 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg. They showed the same symptoms as Frau Trophia: vacant eyes, violent movements, bleeding feet, complete inability to stop. Within a month, the number had grown to 400. The Strasbourg City Council convened emergency meetings. This was not a small problem. Hundreds of citizens were dancing uncontrollably in the streets. Businesses were disrupted. Families were in chaos. People were collapsing. Some were dying. The council consulted physicians, the best medical minds available, in 1518. The doctors agreed on a diagnosis: hot blood. In medieval medicine, the human body was believed to be governed by 4 humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Illness occurred when these humors became imbalanced. In the case of the dancers, physicians believed their blood had become overheated, causing a fever that manifested as uncontrollable movement. The cure, they decided, was obvious. If the dancers had hot blood and needed to sweat it out, then they should dance more. Encouraging the fever to run its course would purge the imbalance and cure them. So the city council built wooden stages in public squares. They hired professional musicians, drummers, pipers, horn players to provide music. They even hired professional dancers to accompany the afflicted, hoping that organized, rhythmic dancing would help them release the fever. It made things worse. With music now playing and stages provided, even more people began dancing. The afflicted danced with even greater intensity. The sound of drums and pipes echoed through the streets day and night. The marketplaces became theaters of suffering. Witnesses described the scene as horrifying. The dancers' arms flailed wildly. They spun in circles, shouting and screaming. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Blood soaked through their shoes and stained the cobblestones. People began to collapse from sheer exhaustion. Some suffered heart attacks. Others had strokes. Chroniclers claimed that at the height of the outbreak, as many as 15 people were dying each day. After days of this escalating nightmare, the physicians finally realized their mistake. Dancing more was not curing the afflicted. It was killing them. The city council reversed its policy. The stages were torn down. The musicians were sent home. Dancing was now forbidden in public spaces. Guards were posted to prevent it. But the compulsion didn't stop. Dancers were physically restrained and carried to their homes. Some were locked in rooms. Others were taken to monasteries where monks tried to exorcise whatever demonic force had taken hold of them. Nothing worked. The dancing continued, and people kept dying. By late August, the city council had exhausted every medical solution. Physicians were baffled. Restraint didn't work. Exorcism didn't work. The dancing showed no signs of stopping on its own. Desperate, the council turned to the church. If this was Saint Vitus's curse, and many believed it was, then the only cure was divine intervention. The afflicted needed to beg Saint Vitus for forgiveness. The council organized a mass pilgrimage to the shrine of Saint Vitus in Saverne, a mountaintop location about 30 kilometers southwest of Strasbourg. The dancers, still dancing, still suffering, were loaded onto carts and transported to the shrine. At the shrine, priests performed an ancient ritual. The choreomaniacs, as they were called, were placed beneath a wooden carving of Saint Vitus. Priests put small crosses in their hands. They placed red shoes on their feet. The shoes were sprinkled with holy water. Crosses were painted on the soles and tops with consecrated oil. The air was thick with incense. Latin chants echoed through the shrine. The dancers, still convulsing, were forced to participate in the ritual, held in place by attendants as the priest prayed over them. And then, gradually, the dancing stopped. One by one, the afflicted grew still. The violent movements slowed. The vacant stares faded. Their bodies, utterly exhausted, finally surrendered. Within a week, the stream of pilgrims to Saverne had dwindled to a trickle. By early September, the dancing plague of 1518 had ended. It had lasted over 2 months. Hundreds had been afflicted. Dozens, possibly hundreds, had died, and no one knew why it had happened. For over 500 years, historians, scientists, and medical researchers have tried to explain the dancing plague of 1518. Several theories have emerged, each plausible in its own way, none of them perfect. Theory 1, ergot poisoning. One of the most popular theories is ergotism, poisoning caused by ergot, a toxic fungus that grows on damp rye. When consumed, ergot produces alkaloids that cause convulsions, hallucinations, and violent muscle spasms. Ergot poisoning, also known as St. Anthony's fire, was common in medieval Europe. In wet years, when rye crops became damp, ergot would infect the grain. People who ate bread made from contaminated rye would suffer terrifying symptoms: hallucinations, seizures, gangrene. Ergot is chemically similar to LSD. It can cause vivid, terrifying hallucinations and loss of motor control. But historian John Waller, who wrote the definitive book on the dancing plague, has thoroughly debunked the ergot theory. Here's why. Ergot poisoning causes vasoconstriction. It restricts blood flow to the extremities. Victims suffer from painful muscle cramps and gangrene. Their limbs become numb and useless. Someone poisoned by ergot cannot dance for days on end. They can barely move. The dancing plague victims showed the opposite symptoms: constant, violent movement, swollen feet from blood pooling, sustained physical exertion. This is incompatible with ergotism. Theory 2, mass psychogenic illness. The most widely accepted explanation today is mass psychogenic illness, formerly called mass hysteria. This is a psychological phenomenon where groups of people under extreme stress develop physical symptoms with no organic cause. The symptoms are real: the pain, the convulsions, the inability to stop, but they originate in the mind, not the body. Historian John Waller argues that Strasbourg in 1518 was the perfect environment for such an outbreak. The population was starving and malnourished, suffering from disease, living in constant fear of divine punishment, deeply superstitious, aware of the legend of Saint Vitus's curse. When Frau Trophia began dancing, others who saw her, already stressed, already terrified, may have unconsciously mimicked her behavior. This is called emotional contagion, a well-documented psychological phenomenon where people catch emotions and behaviors from those around them. We see emotional contagion every day. Yawn spread, laughter spreads. In high-stress situations, panic spreads. In Strasbourg, dancing spread. The belief in Saint Vitus's curse gave the affliction a cultural framework. People expected to be punished by uncontrollable dancing. So when they saw it happening, their minds, already primed by stress and belief, triggered the same response. Modern neuroscience supports this. Mirror neurons in the brain cause us to unconsciously imitate the actions of others. When we see someone dance, our motor cortex activates as if we are dancing too. In a population under extreme stress, this neural mirroring could spiral out of control. Theory 3. Religious ecstasy or protest. Some historians have suggested the dancing was a form of religious ecstasy, a trance state induced by intense spiritual fervor. Others have proposed it was a form of protest against the church or the wealthy elite. The early 16th century saw the rise of heretical sects, apocalyptic movements, and challenges to Catholic authority. Martin Luther's Reformation was just beginning. Some researchers speculate that the dancers may have been part of a secretive religious cult using dance as a ritual or act of rebellion. But there's little evidence to support this. The dancers showed no signs of organization, no leaders, no demands, no theological message. They simply danced compulsively, miserably, until they collapsed or died. This wasn't ecstasy, it was suffering. What really happened? The truth is, we don't know for certain. The dancing plague of 1518 exists at the intersection of psychology, culture, belief, and collective trauma. What we do know, it happened. Multiple contemporary sources, physicians, chroniclers, city council records, documented it. Hundreds of people were afflicted. Many died. It ended after pilgrimage and prayer to Saint Vitus. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the dancing plague is how utterly human it is. Today, Strasbourg is a beautiful, peaceful city. Tourists walk the same cobblestone streets where Frau Trophia danced herself to exhaustion in 1518. The half-timbered houses still stand. The churches still ring their bells. There is no memorial to the dancing plague. No plaque, no monument. The city has moved on, but the story endures. Artists have painted it. Writers have chronicled it. Composers have written music inspired by it. In 2022, Florence and the Machine released a song called Choreomania, directly inspired by the event. The dancing plague of 1518 forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. The mind and body are not separate. Belief can cause physical suffering. Stress can manifest as illness. And in the right conditions, famine, fear, faith, an entire community can be swept into a collective nightmare. We'll never know what Frau Trophia was thinking when she stepped into the street on July 14th, 1518. We'll never know what drove her to dance for 6 days straight, bleeding and exhausted. But we know this, she wasn't alone. Hundreds followed her, and for 2 months, the city of Strasbourg danced, not in celebration, but in terror. In the summer of 1518, 400 people in Strasbourg danced until they collapsed. Some danced until their hearts stopped, and when it finally ended, no one could explain why it had started. The dancing plague remains one of history's most bizarre and disturbing mysteries, and it reminds us that sometimes the most frightening things are not monsters or curses, but the fragility of the human mind under unbearable stress. January 15th, 1919. It's an unusually warm day in Boston. 43 degrees Fahrenheit in the middle of January. Workers are taking their lunch breaks. Children are playing in the streets. The North End, a densely packed Italian immigrant neighborhood, is alive with midday activity. At 12:30 p.m., a 5-story steel tank holding 2.3 million gallons of molasses suddenly ruptures. Rivets pop like machine gun fire. The tank tears open. A 25-foot wave of thick, dark molasses explodes into the streets at 35 miles per hour. It's 1.5 times heavier than water, 40% denser, and it's moving faster than most people can run. Within seconds, 2 city blocks are obliterated. Buildings are ripped from their foundations. An elevated train is knocked off its tracks. Horses and people are swallowed by the sticky tsunami, unable to breathe, unable to escape. By the time the wave finally stopped, 21 people were dead. 150 were injured, and the north end of Boston was buried under waist-deep molasses that smelled sweet but killed without mercy. This is the story of one of the strangest disasters in American history, and how it changed industrial safety laws forever. To understand how a tsunami of molasses devastated Boston, you need to understand why anyone needed 2.3 million gallons of it in the first place. The answer: World War I. Before the war, molasses was America's favorite sweetener, used in baking, rum production, and household cooking. But when the United States entered World War I in 1917, demand for industrial alcohol skyrocketed. Molasses was fermented to produce ethanol, a key ingredient in manufacturing gunpowder and other munitions. United States Industrial Alcohol, USI, through its subsidiary Purity Distilling Company, was at the center of this boom. They imported massive shipments of molasses from the Caribbean, stored it in Boston, and then transported it by rail to distilleries in Cambridge, where it was fermented into industrial alcohol. In December 1915, USI hurriedly constructed an enormous storage tank on Commercial Street in Boston's North End. The location was strategic, right on the waterfront, adjacent to Copp's Hill Wharf, where tanker ships could pump molasses directly into the tank. The tank was massive, 50 feet tall, 5 stories, 90 feet in diameter, capable of holding 2.5 million gallons of molasses, weighing 26 million pounds when full. But the construction was dangerously rushed. Arthur Gell, the company treasurer who oversaw the project, had no engineering experience. He relied on blueprints that were never properly reviewed by structural engineers. The walls of the tank were less than 1 inch thick, far too thin to safely hold the weight and pressure of millions of gallons of liquid. Worse, the steel used in construction contained too little manganese, making it brittle in cold temperatures. Below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, the steel became vulnerable to cracking. A typical January day in Boston is around 36 degrees. Almost immediately, the tank began leaking. Locals complained that they could see molasses oozing from the seams. Children from the neighborhood would sneak onto the property with buckets and collect this sweet, sticky syrup dripping from the tank. Rather than fix the structural problem, USA simply painted the tank brown to hide the leaking molasses. Employees warned management that the tank was structurally unsound. They reported hearing it groan and creak under the pressure. One worker, Isaac Gonzalez, told his supervisors the tank was dangerous and should be replaced. His warnings were ignored. On January 12, 1919, just 3 days before the disaster, a new shipment arrived from the Caribbean. Over 500,000 gallons of warm molasses were pumped into the already stressed tank. The mixture of warm molasses and cold molasses inside the tank triggered a fermentation process that produced gas, increasing the internal pressure even further. The tank groaned louder. The walls strained. And on January 15th, it finally gave way. At around 12:30 p.m. on January 15th, 1919, the north end was filled with people. Workers from nearby factories were on their lunch breaks. Mothers were shopping for groceries. Children were playing in the unseasonably warm weather. Then, without warning, the tank exploded. Witnesses described hearing a sound like machine gun fire as thousands of rivets shot out of the tank walls like bullets. The steel groaned, and then the tank tore open with a deafening roar. 2.3 million gallons of molasses burst forth in a massive wave, 25 feet high and 160 feet wide at its initial surge. The wave moved at 35 miles per hour, faster than most people could run. The molasses was 1.5 times denser than water, about 12 pounds per gallon. This gave it enormous destructive power. As it crashed through the north end, it knocked an elevated train off its tracks, twisting the steel girders like they were made of paper, ripped buildings from their foundations, pushing the Engine 31 firehouse nearly into Boston Harbor, crushed tenements, trapping families inside collapsing structures, swallowed horses, wagons, and automobiles, burying them under sticky, suffocating sludge. The Boston Post described the scene. Molasses, waist deep, covered the street and swirled and bubbled about the wreckage. Here, in their struggle to form, whether it was animal or a human being was impossible to tell. Only an upheaval, a thrashing about in the sticky mass, showed where any life was. Maria Di Stasio, 10 years old, was playing outside when the wave struck. She was instantly swallowed and suffocated by the molasses. Pasquale Iantasca, also 10, was struck by a railroad car that had been hurled by the wave. He died instantly. George Lay, 38, a municipal employee, was crushed when the wave knocked a section of the elevated railway onto him. Inside the Engine 31 firehouse, several firefighters were playing cards during their lunch break. The building was torn from its foundation and partially collapsed. The men were trapped in a pocket of space on the first floor, surrounded by molasses that was rapidly hardening in the winter cold. Within minutes, police, firefighters, and over 100 sailors from the Navy training ship USS Nantucket rushed to the scene. But rescue efforts were nearly impossible. The molasses acted like quicksand. The more people struggled, the deeper they sank, and as the temperature dropped, the molasses began to harden, trapping victims in place. Rescuers waded through waist-deep sludge, desperately searching for survivors. They pulled people from the wreckage one by one. Some were alive, many were not. By the end of the day, 21 people were dead. Over 150 were injured. The youngest victim was 10 years old. The oldest was 78. Dozens of horses died, stuck in the molasses like flies on flypaper. And the north end of Boston was buried under a sticky, sweet-smelling nightmare. Cleaning up the molasses proved to be a monumental challenge. The sticky substance coated streets, buildings, automobiles, and wreckage. It seeped into basements and sewers. It clung to everything it touched. Over 300 workers were brought in to remove debris and clear the streets. But the molasses wouldn't budge. Shovels stuck to it. Brooms were useless. The more workers tried to scrape it away, the more it spread. Finally, someone realized that salt water broke down the molasses. The Engine 31 fireboat, ironically the same firehouse that had been destroyed by the flood, began pumping seawater from Boston Harbor and spraying it onto the affected area. It took 87,000 man-hours to clean up the disaster. Even then, the cleanup was incomplete. Thousands of gallons of molasses flowed into Boston Harbor, staining the water brown until summer. The sweet smell of molasses lingered in the North End for decades. According to journalist Edwards Park, the smell of molasses remained for decades a distinctive, unmistakable atmosphere of Boston. On hot summer days, residents claimed you could still smell it seeping from the cobblestones. In the immediate aftermath, USIA tried to deflect blame. Company officials suggested that anarchists had bombed the tank, a plausible theory given the political unrest of the time. Anarchist bombings had occurred across the United States in 1919, targeting government officials and business leaders. But investigators found no evidence of explosives, no bomb fragments, no signs of sabotage. The tank had failed because it was poorly constructed. Over the next several years, 119 lawsuits were filed against USIA and Purity Distilling Company. Victims and their families sought compensation for deaths, injuries, and property damage. The legal proceedings became one of the first major class action lawsuits in American history. Over 3,000 witnesses testified. The trial lasted 3 years. In 1925, court-appointed auditor Hugh W. Ogden delivered his ruling. After reviewing all the evidence, he concluded, the disaster was caused by the structural weakness of the tank and the negligence of the company in its design and construction. USIA was ordered to pay nearly $1 million in damages, equivalent to over $14 million today. But no one was criminally charged. No one in jail. Arthur Gell, the company treasurer who oversaw construction without any engineering qualifications, faced no legal consequences. For nearly a century, people struggled to understand how molasses, a substance known for being slow and viscous, could move at 35 miles per hour and cause such devastation. The phrase "slow as molasses" exists for a reason. At normal temperatures, molasses barely flows. So how could it become a deadly tsunami? In 2016, a team of scientists and students at Harvard University decided to investigate. Led by Dr. Nicole Sharp, an expert in fluid dynamics, they gathered historical data, weather reports, and eyewitness accounts from 1919. The team built a scale model of the North End and simulated the flood using cold corn syrup, a substance with similar properties to molasses. They tested how the fluid would behave under different conditions. The researchers discovered that the flood occurred in 2 distinct stages. Stage 1, the tsunami. When the tank first ruptured, The molasses was still relatively warm from the recent shipment and from fermentation gases heating the interior. The sudden release of pressure caused the molasses to behave like a non-Newtonian fluid. Its viscosity decreased under stress, allowing it to flow faster. Additionally, molasses is 1.5 times denser than water, which gave it enormous potential energy. When 2.3 million gallons of this dense liquid was released all at once from a 50-foot height, it accelerated rapidly. The initial wave reached speeds of 35 miles per hour, fast enough to knock buildings off their foundations and crush anyone in its path. Stage 2, the trap. But as the molasses spread through the streets, it began to cool rapidly in the January air. The viscosity increased dramatically. What had been a fast-moving wave became a thick, sticky sludge. This is what made the disaster so deadly. Victims who were knocked down by the initial wave found themselves trapped in molasses that was rapidly hardening around them. They couldn't stand. They couldn't breathe. They suffocated. The Harvard study confirmed that the 35 miles per hour speed was not only plausible, but scientifically accurate. The warm molasses, combined with the sudden release of pressure, created conditions for a devastating flood. And once the molasses cooled, it became a death trap. The Great Molasses Flood became a turning point in American industrial safety. Before 1919, there were virtually no regulations for industrial construction. Companies like USIA could build massive storage tanks without permits, without engineering oversight, without structural inspections. The tank that killed 21 people didn't even require a building permit because it was classified as a receptacle, not a building. The disaster led to sweeping reforms. Mandatory building permits for all industrial structures. Structural engineering certification required for large construction projects. Independent inspections before structures could be used. Professional licensing for engineers and architects. Corporate liability for negligent construction. Historian Stephen Puleo, author of Dark Tide, The Great Boston Molasses Flood of 1919, stated, "Every building construction standard that we sort of take for granted today comes about because of the molasses flood." Today, the site where the molasses tank once stood is Langone Park, a small public park in Boston's North End. It features a Little League baseball field, a playground, and bocce courts. A small bronze plaque near the entrance commemorates the disaster. On January 15, 1919, a molasses tank at 529 Commercial Street exploded under pressure, killing 21 people. A 40-foot wave of molasses buckled the elevated railroad tracks, crushed buildings, and inundated the neighborhood. The victims of the molasses flood were overwhelmingly Italian immigrants, people who had come to America seeking opportunity and safety. Many were not citizens. They had little political power. They lived in crowded, neglected neighborhoods where companies like USIA could build dangerous industrial facilities without facing community opposition. Historian Stephen Puleo notes that the location of the tank was not an accident. USIA chose the North End precisely because the residents were immigrants with limited political power. No one would advocate for their safety until it was too late. On January 15, 2019, the 100th anniversary of the disaster, the city of Boston held a remembrance ceremony at the site. Descendants of the victims attended. Flowers were laid. Names were read aloud. The Great Molasses Flood has become part of Boston folklore, often treated as a bizarre historical curiosity. But for the families of the 21 people who died, it was a preventable tragedy caused by corporate greed and negligence. Today, Boston's North End is a vibrant neighborhood filled with Italian restaurants, historic sites, and tourists. The elevated railway that was knocked off its tracks is long gone. The buildings destroyed by the flood have been replaced, but the memory lingers. On January 15, 1919, at 12:30 p.m., a poorly constructed steel tank holding 2.3 million gallons of molasses exploded in the heart of a densely populated immigrant neighborhood. A 25-foot wave of molasses, moving at 35 miles per hour, obliterated 2 city blocks. It crushed buildings. It knocked a train off its tracks. It suffocated 21 people who couldn't escape the sticky, hardening sludge. The disaster exposed the deadly consequences of corporate negligence and the lack of industrial regulation. It led to fundamental changes in building codes, engineering standards, and corporate accountability, reforms that have saved countless lives in the centuries since. The Great Molasses Flood was one of the strangest disasters in American history. But beneath the absurdity was a profound tragedy. 21 people killed, 150 injured, and a community devastated. It was preventable. It should never have happened. And because it did, the way America builds and regulates industrial infrastructure changed forever. June 4th, 1629. The Dutch merchant ship Batavia, flagship of the Dutch East India Company, smashes into a coral reef off the coast of Western Australia. Over 300 people are aboard: merchants, sailors, soldiers, women, children. About 40 drown immediately. The rest make it to 3 barren islands with no fresh water, no shelter, and no hope of rescue. The ship's commander, Francisco Pelsard, takes the only available boat and rows away with 35 others, promising to bring help. He leaves 280 people stranded on the islands. No food, no water, exposed to the elements. In his absence, a man named Geronimus Cornelis takes control. What happens next is one of the bloodiest chapters in maritime history. Over the next 3 months, Cornelis and his followers systematically murder at least 125 men, women, and children. Some are drowned. Others are bludgeoned to death. A few are taken out to sea and thrown overboard. When rescue finally arrives, Cornelis is captured, tried, and executed, but not before his reign of terror transforms a shipwreck into a massacre. This is the story of how survival became slaughter, and how a remote Australian island earned the name Batavia's Graveyard. In October 1628, the Batavia left the port of Amsterdam on its maiden voyage to the Dutch East Indies, modern-day Indonesia. It was one of the largest and most valuable ships in the Dutch East India Company fleet, carrying 341 people and a cargo worth millions in today's money. The cargo included 250,000 silver guilders, coins minted specifically for trade, chests of jewelry and gemstones, trade goods destined for Asian markets, supplies for the Dutch colonial settlements. The Batavia was not just a ship, It was a floating fortune. The expedition was commanded by Francisco Pelsaert, a senior merchant of the Dutch East India Company. He was experienced, wealthy, and well-connected. But he was also a difficult man, arrogant, aloof, and unpopular with his crew. Pelsaert spent most of the voyage confined to his cabin, suffering from what he claimed was illness. He barely interacted with the passengers or crew. He left day-to-day operations to others. This absence created a power vacuum. The ship's captain was Arian Jacobs, a skilled sailor but a crude, violent man. He resented Pelsaert's authority. He believed commanders like Pelsaert, merchants who had never worked their way up through the ranks, had no right to command ships. Jacobs drank heavily. He argued with Pelsaert constantly, and he began plotting. Then there was Geronimus Cornelis, Pelsaert's deputy, a man who would become one of history's most notorious murderers. Cornelis was born around 1598 in Haarlem, Netherlands. He had trained as an apothecary, a pharmacist who prepared medicines and tonics. But his business failed. His reputation crumbled. He fell into debt. Worse, Cornelis had become associated with a controversial painter named Johannes van der Beek, who was accused of blasphemy, heresy, and Satanism. Van der Beek rejected conventional morality. He believed there was no God, no heaven, no hell. He taught that humans were free to do whatever they wanted without spiritual consequences. When Van der Beek was arrested and tried for his beliefs, Cornelis fled. He joined the Dutch East India Company to escape persecution and start over in the East Indies. But he carried Van der Beek's philosophy with him. There is no sin, no punishment, no divine justice. During the voyage, Cornelis and Jacobs became friends. They drank together. They complained about Pelsaert together. And eventually, they began plotting a mutiny. The plan was simple: kill Pelsaert, take control of the ship, seize the treasure, and turn pirate. They recruited accomplices. They sowed discontent among the crew. They waited for the right moment. They never got it. On the night of June 3rd, 1629, the Batavia was sailing along the western coast of Australia, then called New Holland, guided by the prevailing winds known as the Roaring Forties. The ship had separated from the rest of the fleet weeks earlier during a storm off the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. It was traveling alone, far from any known settlement. At around 2 a.m. on June 4th, the ship's lookout spotted white foam ahead, breakers crashing against a reef. Before the crew could react, the Batavia slammed into Morning Reef, part of the Houtman Abrolhos Islands, about 40 miles off the coast of Western Australia. The impact tore open the hull. Water poured into the lower decks. The ship tilted violently. Passengers and crew were thrown from their beds, screaming in the darkness. About 40 people drowned in the initial wreck, trapped below decks as the ship flooded, crushed by falling cargo, swept overboard by waves. The rest, over 300 survivors, made it to the ship's longboat or clung to wreckage and floated to 3 nearby islands: Beacon Island, Traders Island, and West Wallaby Island. The islands were hellish. Barren coral outcroppings, no vegetation, no fresh water, no shelter from the sun. The survivors were exposed, dehydrated, and terrified. Deaths from dehydration began almost immediately. Pelsaert assessed the situation. The Batavia was sinking. There was no immediate rescue. The survivors would die of thirst within days. He made a decision that would doom over 100 people. Pelsaert commandeered the ship's longboat, the only seaworthy vessel available, and took 35 people with him. He took Jacobs, the ship's captain. He took senior officers. He took skilled sailors. And he left 280 people behind on the islands. Pelsaert told them he was going to search for water on the Australian mainland. If he couldn't find any, he would row to the Dutch settlement in Batavia, over 2,000 miles away, and bring back a rescue ship. The survivors watched the longboat disappear over the horizon. They had no idea it would take 3 months for Pelsaert to return, or that most of them would be dead when he did. Geronimus Cornelis had been left behind, and he quickly realized 2 things. First, Pelsaert knew about the mutiny plot. An accomplice had confessed everything before the wreck. When Pelsaert returned, if he returned, Cornelis would be arrested and executed. Second, he was now in complete control of nearly 300 desperate, frightened people. Cornelis moved quickly. He organized the survivors into groups and appointed himself leader. He gathered all the weapons salvaged from the wreck, swords, knives, tools, and ensured only he and his trusted men had access to them. He seized the makeshift rafts and boats the survivors had built. No one could leave the islands without his permission. Then he began dividing the population. He sent some survivors to Trader's Island, ostensibly to search for food. He knew there was none. He was isolating them to die. His main concern was the soldiers. Among the survivors were 22 trained soldiers under the command of a man named Wiebe Hayes. These men were disciplined, armed with makeshift weapons, and loyal to the Dutch East India Company. Cornelis feared them, so he told them he was sending them to West Wallaby Island, the largest and most distant island, to search for fresh water. It was a lie. Cornelis' men rowed the soldiers 8 kilometers away, confiscated their weapons, and abandoned them. Cornelis intended for them to die of thirst, but Hayes and his men got lucky. They found fresh water on West Wallaby, enough to sustain them. They also discovered Tamar wallabies, small marsupials native to the island. The soldiers hunted and ate them, becoming the first Europeans to encounter Australian wildlife. Hayes had no idea that while he was surviving on West Wallaby, mass murder was unfolding on Beacon Island. Cornelis gathered his closest followers, men who had been part of the original mutiny plot. He explained his plan. When Pelsaert returned with a rescue ship, Cornelis would seize it. He would kill Pelsaert and any loyalists. Then he and his men would turn pirate, sailing to the East Indies with the Batavia's treasure. But there was a problem. Too many survivors. Over 200 people on Beacon Island alone. Cornelis needed to reduce the number to about 40. Just enough men to crew a ship, but few enough that he could control them. The killing began. Cornelis ordered his men to slaughter everyone on Trader's Island. Men, women, children, all of them. His followers rowed to the island at night and killed them in the darkness. Then the murders began on Beacon Island itself. Some victims were taken out to sea in rafts and drowned. Others were bludgeoned with rocks while they slept. Some were strangled. A few were simply abandoned on isolated parts of the reef to die of exposure. The massacre continued for weeks, with over 125 people murdered. Cornelis targeted anyone he saw as weak, anyone who questioned his authority, anyone who might resist. Women and teenage girls were spared, but only to be enslaved. Cornwallis and his men divided them among themselves. The survivors were subjected to rape and forced labor. Cornwallis became increasingly unhinged. He declared himself the ruler of the islands. He created his own laws. He forced survivors to sign loyalty oaths. He convinced himself that God had chosen him for greatness, that his actions were divinely inspired. Historical accounts describe his behavior as erratic, delusional, and sadistic. He believed people were free to do good or evil with no spiritual consequences. Meanwhile, on West Wallaby Island, Hayes and his soldiers remained unaware of the slaughter. They built stone shelters, structures that are believed to be the oldest European-built buildings on the Australian continent. They survived. They waited. They hoped for rescue. Then refugees began arriving. Survivors who had escaped Cornwallis massacres swam or rafted to West Wallaby, bringing horrifying stories of what was happening on Beacon Island. Hayes realized the truth. Cornwallis wasn't trying to help people survive. He was systematically murdering them, and Hayes and his soldiers were next. By early August 1629, Cornwallis knew he had a problem. Hayes and his soldiers were still alive. Worse, they were armed with makeshift weapons, clubs made from driftwood, spears fashioned from salvaged ship timber, even a mace made from folded lead with protruding nails. If a rescue ship arrived, Hayes could warn them. Cornwallis' entire plan would collapse. He had to eliminate Hayes. Cornwallis launched his first attack in early August. He and his men rowed to West Wallaby and attempted to storm the island. Hayes and his soldiers repelled them. Cornwallis attacked again a few days later. Again, Hayes's men drove them back. The soldiers had the advantage of knowing the terrain. They had built defensive positions, and they were disciplined fighters, unlike Cornwallis thugs. On the third attempt, Cornwallis himself led the assault. He was captured, and 3 of his lieutenants were killed. Hayes threw Cornwallis into a pit and kept him alive, a prisoner who could testify about the murders when rescue arrived. Wilder Luce, one of Cornwallis' lieutenants, took command of the mutineers. On September 17th, he launched one final attack on West Wallaby. This time, he brought the 2 muskets Cornwallis had been saving to use against a rescue ship. With these firearms, Luce was able to kill 3 of Hayes' men. Hayes' soldiers were being overrun. The battle was turning. And then, someone spotted a sail on the horizon. Pelsert and the rescue ship Sardam had returned. Pelsert and his crew had rowed over 2,000 miles to Batavia in just 33 days, a remarkable feat of navigation. Everyone in the longboat survived. Once in Batavia, Pelsert arranged for a rescue ship, but it took 7 weeks to make the return voyage. By the time he arrived on September 17, 1629, he had been gone for over 3 months. When the Sardam appeared, both Hayes' soldiers and Cornwallis mutineers scrambled to reach it first. They launched boats and rafts, rowing frantically toward the rescue ship. Hayes reached the ship first and warned Pelsert about the murders and the planned mutiny. Pelsert trained the ship's cannons on the mutineers' boat. They surrendered immediately. Pelsert interrogated the mutineers using torture, as was standard Dutch practice. They confessed to everything: the murders, the rapes, the conspiracy. One mutineer, Jan Hendricks, admitted to personally murdering or helping to murder 17 to 20 people under Cornwallis orders. Pelsert convened a court on the islands. The mutineers were tried under Dutch East India Company law. Cornelis and 6 of his closest accomplices were sentenced to death. As punishment, they would first have their right hands cut off before being hanged. Cornelis, as the leader, was sentenced to have both hands severed before execution. On October 2nd, 1629, the executions were carried out on Seals Island. They were Australia's earliest known executions. Cornelis went to the gallows without remorse. Even in his final moments, he blamed everyone but himself. 2 younger mutineers, Wouter Loos and Jan Pelgrim Dabai, were spared execution but were marooned on the Australian mainland. They became Australia's first known European residents. No further contact with them was ever recorded. 16 other mutineers were transported back to Batavia for trial. They were flogged, keel-hauled, and tortured during the voyage. All were eventually executed. One mutineer, Jacob Pieters, was broken on the wheel, a brutal form of torture where all the bones in his arms and legs were shattered, and he was then lashed to a cartwheel to die slowly. Weeb Hayes and his soldiers were promoted for their resistance against the mutineers. Hayes was made sergeant, and his men were made corporals, positions that came with higher wages. Helsert himself did not escape blame. A subsequent inquiry found that he was partially responsible for the events due to poor leadership, and his assets were seized. He died less than a year later. Of the 341 people who left Amsterdam in October 1628, only 116 made it alive to Batavia. Today, the Houtman and Brolhos Islands are a protected heritage site. The wreck of the Batavia was discovered in 1963 by a lobster fisherman who showed diverse bronze cannons and anchors he had found. Archaeologists have excavated the site extensively. They found the remains of the gallows where Cornelis was hanged. They've discovered a club or mace made from folded lead with holes for protruding nails, one of the makeshift weapons Hayes's men used to defend themselves. Human skeletal remains of passengers and crew murdered by the mutineers have been recovered from Beacon Island. Mass graves have been unearthed, revealing the scale of the slaughter. The stone huts built by Weeb Hayes and his men still stand on West Wallaby Island. They're the oldest European-built structures on the Australian continent, monuments to survival against impossible odds. Parts of the Batavia's hull have been raised and are on display at the Western Australian Maritime Museum in Fremantle. The ship's stern, ornately carved with mythological figures, stands as a reminder of the wealth and ambition that drove the Dutch East India Company, and the horror that could unfold when that ambition collided with isolation and evil. Beacon Island, where most of the murders took place, is still called Batavia's graveyard. Some call it Murder Island.
January 897 AD. Inside the Basilica of St. John Lateran in Rome, cardinals and bishops gather for a papal trial. The accused sits on a throne, dressed in full papal robes. He does not speak in his own defense. He cannot. He has been dead for 9 months. His corpse was dug from the grave, dressed in sacred vestments, and propped up to face charges of crimes against God and the Church. What happened next would become one of the most grotesque spectacles in the history of the Catholic Church. To understand how the Catholic Church ended up putting a corpse on trial, you need to understand what historians call the Iron Age of the papacy, a period of violence, corruption, and political chaos that consumed Rome in the late 9th and early 10th centuries. Between 872 and 965 AD, the papal throne changed hands 24 times. That's roughly one new pope per year. Between 896 and 904, just 9 years, there were 9 different popes. Being elected pope during this era was not an honor. It was a death sentence. Popes were strangled in prison, deposed by rivals, assassinated by noble families fighting for control of Rome. The position brought absolute power, but keeping that power long enough to die of natural causes was nearly impossible. This wasn't about faith. This was about control. Italy was fractured into warring factions. Noble families, particularly the Spoleto dynasty, used the papacy as a political weapon. Whoever controlled the pope controlled the ability to crown the Holy Roman Emperor, and whoever controlled that controlled much of Europe. Into this blood-stained chaos stepped a man named Formosus. Formosus was born around 816 AD into a Roman family. His name, ironically, means handsome in Latin. By all accounts, he was intelligent, ambitious, and politically shrewd, qualities that would both elevate him and ultimately destroy him. He rose through the church hierarchy quickly. In 864, Pope Nicholas I appointed him as Cardinal Bishop of Porto, a prestigious position just outside Rome. Formosus was sent on important diplomatic missions, including one to Bulgaria, where he successfully converted the Bulgarian king Boris I to Christianity, but his ambition made enemies. In 872, Pope John VIII accused Formosus of conspiring to seize the papacy for himself. The charge was serious. Coveting the papal throne was considered both a political crime and a sin against God. John VIII excommunicated Formosus and forced him to flee Rome. For years, Formosus lived in exile in France, his career seemingly over, but the political winds shifted. John VIII died, possibly poisoned, and the new Pope Marinus I lifted Formosus' excommunication in 883. Formosus returned to Rome and resumed his position as Bishop of Porto. Then, in October 891, something extraordinary happened. After the death of Pope Stephen V, the cardinals elected Formosus as the new pope. The man who had been excommunicated and exiled for allegedly coveting the papacy had just been handed the keys to the kingdom. But Formosus inherited a nightmare. Italy was controlled by Guy III of Spoleto, a ruthless warlord who had forced the previous pope to crown him Holy Roman Emperor. Guy's son, Lambert, was next in line. The Spoleto family expected Formosus to fall in line and recognize their authority. Formosus had other plans. He secretly reached out to Arnulf of Carinthia, the king of Germany, and invited him to invade Italy. Formosus wanted Arnulf to overthrow the Spoletans and take the imperial crown for himself. It was a dangerous gamble, and for a while it worked. Arnulf crossed the Alps with his forces in 894. Guy III died that same year, leaving his young son Lambert as emperor. Arnulf pressed his advantage, marching on Rome in 896. Formosus crowned him Holy Roman Emperor, hoping Arnulf would crush the Spoleto faction once and for all. But then Arnulf fell ill, possibly paralyzed by a stroke. His army withdrew. The invasion collapsed. And Formosus, having openly betrayed the Spoletans, was left vulnerable. On April 4th, 896, Pope Formosus died. He was buried with full papal honors in St. Peter's Basilica. His story should have ended there. It didn't. After Formosus's death, the Spoleto faction returned to power. Emperor Lambert and his mother, Angiltrud, marched back into Rome with their forces. They installed a new pope, Boniface VI, who died after just 2 weeks. Then came Stephen VI. Stephen had been made Bishop of Anagni by Formosus himself, possibly against his will. He owed his position to the dead pope, but Stephen was also deeply tied to the Spoleto family. Some historians believe Lambert and Angiltrud demanded Stephen take revenge on Formosus for his betrayal. Others believe Stephen acted out of personal rage, resentment, or political desperation. Whatever his motivation, Stephen VI made a decision that would shock even the violence-hardened clergy of medieval Rome. In January 897, 9 months after Formosus's burial, Stephen ordered his tomb opened. The corpse was exhumed. Decay had already set in. The body had been in the ground for the better part of a year. But Stephen's orders were clear. Dress the corpse in full papal vestments and bring it to Basilica of St. John Lateran. Formosus was about to stand trial. The event was meticulously organized. This wasn't a secret tribunal. It was a full synod, a formal ecclesiastical court. Cardinals, bishops, and clergy from across Rome were summoned to attend. They filled the basilica, forced to witness what was about to unfold. The corpse of Formosus was carried into the hall and propped up on the papal throne. His decomposing body sagged in the chair. Attendants positioned him upright, struggling to keep the dead pope from collapsing into a grotesque heap. A young deacon, likely in his teens, was appointed to serve as Formosus's defense attorney. Imagine being that deacon, or to speak on behalf of a rotting corpse, while the living pope screamed accusations from across the room. The trial began. Pope Stephen VI acted as prosecutor. He stood before the assembled clergy and hurled accusations at the silent, decaying figure on the throne. According to the chronicler Liutprand of Cremona, Stephen shouted, "When you were Bishop of Porto, why did you usurp the universal Roman See in such a spirit of ambition?" The corpse, of course, said nothing. The teenage deacon stammered out a defense as best he could. But what could he say? The trial was a farce. The outcome had been decided before Formosus's body was ever pulled from the ground. Stephen accused Formosus of 3 primary crimes: perjury, lying under oath when he claimed he had not sought the papacy, illegally holding multiple bishoprics. Formosus had been Bishop of Porto when he became Pope, which violated church canon law forbidding a bishop from transferring to a different diocese. Coveting the papacy, the same charge that had gotten him excommunicated decades earlier. The trial dragged on. Stephen's rage intensified. Witnesses claim he screamed at the corpse, mocking it, insulting it, demanding answers it could never give. The clergy sat in stunned silence. Even in an age accustomed to brutality, this was beyond comprehension. Gavel striking, guilty verdict. Finally, the verdict was delivered. Formosus was found guilty on all charges. Pope Stephen VI declared that every act Formosus had performed as pope was null and void. Every ordination, every appointment, every consecration erased. Bishops and priests ordained by Formosus were told they would need to be reordained if they wanted to remain in the clergy. This wasn't just a condemnation of a dead man. It was an attack on the legitimacy of the church itself. Hundreds of clergy across Europe suddenly found their positions in question. But Stephen wasn't finished. He ordered Formosus's body stripped of its papal vestments. The sacred robes were torn away, replaced with rags. Then came the final indignity. Stephen had 3 fingers of Formosus's right hand cut off, the fingers the Pope used to give blessings. It was symbolic mutilation, a rejection of his spiritual authority even in death. The corpse was dragged out of the basilica and buried in a common graveyard reserved for foreigners and criminals. But even that wasn't enough for Stephen. Days later, he ordered the body dug up again and thrown into the Tiber River, the same river where ancient Romans had disposed of their most hated enemies for centuries. Formosus's body was cast into the water, left to rot and disappear. According to legend, a fisherman pulled Formosus's waterlogged corpse from the Tiber the next day. The body was secretly taken by sympathetic monks and hidden away. Rumors began to spread through Rome. People claimed the corpse was performing miracles, that sacred images of saints had bowed when Formosus's body passed by them. Whether these stories were true or propaganda doesn't matter. What mattered was the public reaction. The cadaver synod had gone too far. Even for a city used of political violence and papal intrigue, putting a corpse on trial, mutilating it, and throwing it in the river was obscene. Public outrage turned into riots. Mobs filled the streets of Rome. The clergy who had been forced to watch the spectacle turned against Stephen VI. Within months of the trial, Stephen VI was arrested. He was dragged from the Lateran Palace and imprisoned. In July or August 897, just 6 months after the Cadaver Synod, Pope Stephen VI was strangled to death in his cell. His reign had lasted barely a year. Stephen's successor, Pope Theodore II, lasted only 20 days before dying. But in those 20 days, he convened a synod that annulled the Cadaver Synod and declared Formosus innocent. Formosus's body was retrieved and reburied in St. Peter's Basilica with full honors. The next pope, John IX, went even further. He held 2 synods, one in Rome, one in Ravenna, that completely rehabilitated Formosus. He declared the Cadaver Synod illegal and forbade any future trials of dead popes. But the chaos wasn't over. In 904, Pope Sergius III, a supporter of the Spoleto faction, took power and nullified everything Theodore II and John IX had done. Sergius reinstated the guilty verdict against Formosus and declared his ordinations invalid once again. The corpse of Formosus had now been declared guilty, innocent, and guilty again by 3 successive popes. The theological and political fallout was catastrophic. No one knew which priests were legitimate. No one knew whose authority was real. The church was eating itself alive. The Cadaver Synod remains one of the most bizarre and disturbing episodes in the history of the Catholic Church. It's often dismissed as the act of a madman, Pope Stephen VI driven insane by political pressure or personal vendetta. But recent historical scholarship suggests it was more calculated than that. Stephen wasn't crazy. He was desperate. In an age when power meant survival and weakness meant death, Stephen used a trial to prove his loyalty to the Spoleto faction and secure his position. It didn't work. What the Cadaver Synod revealed was the rot at the heart of the medieval papacy. This wasn't about theology or faith. It was about power, revenge, and political control. The trial wasn't just grotesque. It was a symbol of how far the church had fallen. As for Formosus, his body finally found peace. After being exhumed, tried, mutilated, thrown in a river, retrieved by fishermen, reburied, condemned again, and then rehabilitated once more, he was laid to rest in St. Peter's Basilica. He's still there today. In 897 AD, the Catholic Church put a dead man on trial for crimes he could not answer for. The corpse was found guilty. The judge was strangled in prison. And the church spent years trying to undo the damage. History remembers the Cadaver Synod not for its verdict, but for what it revealed, that even the sacred could be twisted into something monstrous when power was at stake.